Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Spider-Man due to experiment. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in bnha fanfictions. This story is Spider-Man. Overload by Adam X 994. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The year is 2102, we find ourselves in a bustling city, with all the civilians going about their regular lives. With parents walking with their children to the grocery store, groups of friends enjoying their free time, and even elderly couples simply taking in the bright morning sunlight. However, the sounds of a loud shake begin to scare some people, as a giant villain, almost 10 stories tall, begins to terrorize the civilians below. Mawahaha. Puny scum. No one can stand up to the likes of me and my gang. That hero Green Empress isn't even here, so there's no use calling out her name. The giant villain calls out before laughing once more. Footsteps on a nearby building rooftop draw the giant villain's attention, as a figure is seen, being blurred out by the brightness of the sun above. Oh, is that so? The sunlight begins to clear up, as we see a dark, green-haired girl in a green costume, with a yellow cape wrapped around her neck. Her figure was well built and well proportioned, and her face showed off determination. If that's the case, then who am I then? What, Green Empress? But how is that possible? The news said you would be in America. Well, just because I'm in a different country doesn't mean I can't get here in 5 minutes. What? 5 minutes? That's right. Oh, and just because I'm not around doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. I have friends everywhere after all. Suddenly, several different costumed heroes surrounded the giant villain, and begun to distract it, that is, until the villain began to float in the air, losing all sense of gravity and getting taped up by some swinging figure. Crap! The boss has been captured, one of the gang members yells out, "These damned he." However, the gang member's insult is quickly stopped, when a purple-haired young man suddenly drops from the sky, and wraps some capture tape around the villain, pulling him towards him before drop-kicking the villain to unconsciousness. What the hell? The other gang member yells, as the same purple-haired man roundhouse kicks him. These guys weren't so bad to take down, the young man comments. Oh come on Shinso. Do you really have to be so cold? If it means stopping these guys, then yes Zero. The man named Shinso tells them. All right, I've taken care of the ground villains, what about you Uraraka? The giant villain is away from any structures. Do your thing Yagi. A brown-haired girl called Uraraka says into her earpiece. Yeah, you got this, a man named Zero says while swinging around. She begins to squat up and down in a fast pace, her legs slightly glowing before she jumps into the air at fast speeds. Fajin. She yells out. She darts towards the villain, cocking her fist back, and allowing the power she possesses to gather into it. 50 perfect. Detroit smash. She yells, as she plants her fist into the villain's stomach. The villain goes completely out cold upon receiving this attack, merely floating in the sky due to Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk. No matter how much destruction you villains cause, there will always be heroes that will stand against you, because we are here. After using Black Whip to grab the villain, and drag him down to the ground, holding him up temporarily as a balloon, Izumi stands triumphantly next to several heroes. Photographers flood into the scene, taking various pictures of the group of heroes, all while Izumi looks up to the sky, taking in the cool breeze. However, something tugs at her heart, almost as if she is missing something, or rather someone. Elsewhere, we hear the sound of a loud alarm go off, as a head of green hair lifts itself from the small mattress, revealing a skinny young man in his 20s turn off his alarm. Based on physique alone, the young man has never worked out a day in his life, having no large muscle on his body. After walking slowly to brush his teeth, and slightly fix his unkempt hair, he grabs his pair of glasses, and begins to get dressed in casual clothes. Okay, today's the day. The project presentation. You've spent countless days and nights working on this, which means all that work will be challenged here and now. After putting on what looks to be a small lab coat, the young man exits the small apartment, walking down the stairs and eating a small sandwich he had prepared the night prior. Ah, Yagi, good morning, the landlord says to the young man. Oh, hey sir. How are things? Yeah, things at home are going rather well. The kids are about to finish their third year of junior high, thank God. Oh, that's very exciting. They'll be off to high school soon. Indeed. And what about you? Heading off to university as usual? Yeah. Got a big project presentation to go to. Hopefully I'll get first place and get some massive opportunity out of it. Well, I'm glad to hear. You better get to the bus stop then. Okay, sir. Oh, and one more thing. Rent's going up double the original price. Huh? Izuku yelled in his mind. The young man walks down the stairs, and continues his descent outside, where he walks into a small bus, choosing to sit at the very back, in the right corner. It's been 5 years since I last saw my whole family together. Izuku thought to himself. I've only ever gone by to visit Mum. I wonder how she's doing. He begins to close his eyes, allowing himself to enjoy the ride as he began reminiscing on memories of his past with the family, or more specifically, with his mother. For most of his life, Inko had really been the only one he could look to for advice on any problems he had in life, whether it was how to solve basic math problems, how to interact with girls, and concerns that would occasionally pop up in his mind. His relationship with his father, on the other hand, was mostly nothing special. For most of his life, Toshinori had been completely absent. This was mostly because of his real job of being a pro hero, fighting various criminals and saving many people's lives. Sure, it was a noble job, but a part of him wished that his father wasn't some big-shot pro hero. It sounded cruel in his mind, but, still, all he ever wanted was his father's affection. All Might. Even after you retired, why didn't you try to reach out to me? To spend time with me? Did you really love Izumi more than me? He thought to himself. As the bus made it to his stop, he quickly made his way inside the university with his bag in hand as he made his way to a large laboratory-like building, with many inventions on display on several platforms, before heading over to his own. Okay, good. I made it on time. Just gotta hope this invention doesn't break like last time. After hours of preparation, many different men in classy business suits came in and observed the many inventions that the students had made, seeing which invention they should invest their time and money in as a way to gain even more influence in the support item world. Some of the inventions were rather well designed, each having their own strengths and weaknesses in various situations that heroes would find themselves in, but out of all of these inventions, the one that was considered the worst by far, was unfortunately Izuku's. His invention was rather clunky in design. A large exoskeleton that could amplify strength to heroes lift large objects and to increase their speed to get to places much quicker than without. However, two problems were noticeable to the businessmen when taking a look at the invention. The first was that it had many faulty problems that Izuku had not been able to fix before the showcase date, and the second was that it wasn't something necessary anymore. With heroes such as Uravity that could effortlessly take away the weight of a large object and many who could just destroy them and decrease their size, an exoskeleton such as this would be seen as obsolete. This made Izuku rather saddened, signaling in defeat and struggling to move his exoskeleton to the lab the university provided him. However, on the other side of the large laboratory, two men stood and watched. Both men were very similar in appearance, with one having unkempt brown hair, while the other had unkempt black hair. However, the two could not be different from each other in terms of facial appearance. The man with black hair was fairly young, being approximately 22 to 23 years old, while having the facial appearance of a man so annoyed by the world. The brown-haired man, on the other hand, looked rather laid back. Despite looking like he was in his early 50s, the man had the expression of a young 20-year-old, without a care in the world. And right now, his sights were set on Izuku. "Father, why exactly are you staring at that boy with the green hair?" His son asked him. "Why, because he has something that these people do not," he responded. "Well, it can't certainly be talent. His invention broke down several times, and he hasn't even gotten a single offer." "That is true, Mikumo, but that is because he lacks experience. The rest of these people have been in the field for years. He has only been doing this for 2 years, and yet he went and created an exoskeleton of this caliber. Quite bold in my opinion. Or quite stupid. Besides, what other qualities could he have that would give our company influence?" Mikumo asked him. "Well, I can think of a number of things. For one, his background information." Background information. Izuku Yagi, 20 years old and, he just so happens to be related to two very important people. Izumi and Toshinori Yagi, otherwise known as Green Empress, and All Might. This fact causes Mikumo's eyes to widen in shock, before immediately turning back to the green-haired man. He's the son of All Might, and the brother of Green Empress. That's right. Unlike those two, he was never born with a quirk, but despite that, his family name alone could send any company that hired him to stardom. All we have to do is make him suitable for the role as an inventor. Mold him like a clay pot. You really think you could convince him to join our company? Trust me, son, he will. The two approach the young man, who continues trying to lift up the exoskeleton, but is unable to, due to his lack of strength. Here, let me help you. Mikumo told him. Thank you. Honestly, I probably should have made this thing lighter. The two carry the heavy exoskeleton to his personal lab that the university had lent him during his enrollment at the university, putting it in the corner somewhere. I'd like to thank you again for helping me with that. But I'd also like to apologize for taking up your time like that, sir. Don't be Izuku, Hisashi says walking in. My boy here doesn't really have a busy schedule, so helping out those that need it could do him some good. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see you there. Also, how did you know my name? Well, for starters, your name is on your name tag attached to your lab coat. Oh, I didn't even notice, sorry. Izuku said with embarrassment. It's all right, young man. Reaching for his pocket, he hands the young man a business card, inscribed with the words, Midoriya Industries, on the top left corner, while the bottom right in a smaller font, had the name, Hisashi Midoriya, on the bottom right. Hisashi Midoriya. Huh, that's odd, the list we were given beforehand never had this company listed. Our company only formed a few weeks ago, plus we did register to this even late, so it's likely they just forgot to include us on their forms. Hisashi explains. I see. The reason we came here, much like everyone else, was to see what the next generation of support designers and makers could offer, and lo and behold, we struck gold. Struck gold. But I don't understand, my invention is considered obsolete, plus it didn't even work in the end. Well, young man, while I could go on and on about how a small company like us is willing to take anyone, I feel that would be disingenuous of us to say. Although your work is sloppy, that doesn't mean you don't have the potential. Potential. Yes, to become an excellent inventor, one must go through the painful tribulations of failure over and over again, and I wish to help you reach your full potential, and give you the proper training this university failed to give you. That is, if you're interested, of course. If you are, give us a call. Oh, okay. Come on, Mikumo. Let's head back to the lab. Yes, father. The two men leave Izuku's lab, with the 20-year-old looking down at the card with intrigue. Well, I have been meaning to look for a new job, so who knows, maybe this could be good for me. But, just in case, I should probably ask the landlord if I could have a roommate. If rent's going up, I'll need all the help I can get. He thought to himself. Should I ask Kaminari if he's interested? No, he's living with his girlfriend, so there goes that option. Izuku lets out a depressed sigh, as the prospect of being homeless sets in, grabbing his bag before leaving the university for the day. On the top of a random building, we see the green-haired girl called Izumi, on the phone with her mother, while she, Shiro, Shinso and Uraraka, partake in a delicious burger that they had bought 10 minutes ago. Hey mum. What's going on? She asked. Well honey, I'm preparing for a family dinner tomorrow night, and I was wondering if you and Shoto were wanting to come. That sounds great, mum. I haven't had your cooking in ages, so of course we'll come by. Great. I'll let your father know you and Shoto are coming. Also, I'm gonna call Izuku and see if he can come as well. This sudden statement causes Izumi to go blank slightly, before returning to the conversation. Mum, are you sure that's a good idea? Why wouldn't it be? We haven't had a family dinner together in 5 years. Don't worry. I'll make sure to be there. Okay, good luck on your job, honey. The call hangs up and we see Izumi lower her head and sigh in a sad tone. The reason for this? Because she had to see her brother tomorrow. In the past, the two didn't have the best relationship. When she was a child, she had always viewed her brother as some weakling, someone that didn't even deserve to be on the same level as her in terms of social status. This even continued in junior high, being a lot worse in regards to what was done to him. Because in junior high, there was one day where he was casually told to end it all, to give up on life and just end it all. The culprit, her ex-boyfriend Katsuki Bakugo. The two had separated shortly after beginning high school due to the incident, and this was when Izumi's guilt began to grow. Did she really allow the treatment of her brother to get this bad? Ever since the breakup, she could never look Katsuki in the eye. Though their relationship somewhat healed throughout high school, in her heart, she could never forgive him for what he said to Izuku, but even then, she could never forgive herself for how she treated him. She wanted to reach out to him, but she couldn't gain the confidence to do so. Izumi, is something wrong? Shiro asked her. Yeah, you look kind of pale, Uraraka commented. Izumi stared down at the streets below, and tried to form a somewhat small smile. Well, I'm gonna be having dinner with my family tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. But that doesn't explain why you're so down, Shinso comments. Well, I'm gonna be seeing my brother for the first time in 5 years. The information that was uttered out of her lips causes Uraraka and Shiro to share one brain cell together, and react in kind, shouting out loudly in confusion. Whaa. Their screams of confusion are masked by the loud turbines of a plane flying above, as inside, we see a blonde girl with glasses looking out the window, with a rather calm smile on his face. Japan, huh? Looks a lot different than I imagined. Still, I can't believe I'm here. The blonde girl mutters to herself. Now then, all I have to do is find a cheap apartment to live in, get my things sorted and I'll be set. The plane continues its course, landing at a nearby airport. While over with Izuku, he enters his apartment, and plops onto his bed, staring at business card for some time before taking out his phone and calling the number. Hello, Hisashi? It's Izuku. I'm interested in your offer. Izuku Yagi was feeling all sorts of different emotions at this point in time. Joy that he got offered a job, even if it was for a small company, sadness that the rent had gone up, and slight annoyance that he could not get a proper sleep like always. But the newest emotions amongst the pile was surprise and embarrassment, as he saw a blonde girl with red glasses, who was significantly shorter than him, standing with the landlord. Wait. What? It's like I said, Mr. Yagi. You've got yourself a roommate now. But, I only put up the notice yesterday. How did you find one so quickly? Don't ask me. This young lady here asked for any available room, regardless of whether someone was occupying it or not. And, since your apartment was the only one available to those circumstances, I figured it would be best to inform you. But, don't worry, young man. Besides, being roommates with a girl shouldn't be a bad thing, should it? It could spark something great between you. Well, great. Then I'll be back soon. Gotta grab her bags and all. Izuku began to sweat beads, while his face began to turn red. He had never really been left alone with a woman before, so this was trouble for our green-haired protagonist, who nervously went to grab his bag from the table behind him. Well, I'm sorry to leave you so quickly, but I have an important job to go to, so make yourself comfortable in the meantime. I'll probably be back in 8 hours. Okay. As Izuku made his way out of the apartment, the blonde woman looked around the apartment, seeing the large living room set up, and began to lie on the couch. Mr. Yagi. I wonder if he's related to Uncle Might. Izuku frantically began to make his way out of the apartment complex, running towards the nearest bus stop, hyperventilating while leaning against the pole behind him. Man, that was scary. I knew it was a 50-50 chance, but still, I don't know if I can handle having a girl as my roommate. But I do admit, she was very pretty. Crap, I forgot to introduce myself to her and ask her for her name. He finished with annoyance in his voice. Oh well, I should ask her once I get back. After boarding the train and making his way to the address on the car, he sees what looks to be 2 large brick buildings connected to each other in front of him, with a fire exit on the side of it. He made his way up to the top, using the fire exit as a pathway, and eventually came across a single door that led into the interconnected building. He knocked on the door and waited about 7 seconds before the door finally opened. Ah, Yagi. You're here. Yeah, sorry I'm late, my landlord held me up for something important. On the contrary, you're on time. Huh? But I'm 30 minutes late. My father doesn't really believe in stuff like being late and early. The world is full of things that cause disruption to our daily lives, so he believes it best to allow a person to come in whenever they feel like it. Okay. But won't that encourage people to just be lazy? Perhaps, but if they are lazy when working here, they will be punished accordingly. I see. So, how do things work here? Do I just take a station, and just begin working on a new invention? Correct. Any workstation is fine. I'll check up on you in a few hours and see what progress you've made so far. Sure thing. Izuku sat himself at a workstation, beginning to sketch out some designs for potential support items and other inventions of that nature. But with each sketch, there came a point in time where he realized that such an invention would not bring any benefit to anyone, especially to heroes. He went through many sketches, often throwing them out into a nearby metal bin beside him. But there were some that he wasn't too sure of, so he simply kept it on his desk in order to get a second opinion. But as of now, he was simply drained of any motivation. It didn't help that his mother had messaged him about a family dinner, where all parties were present. Having to see his sister and father again wasn't exactly something that he wanted to deal with, but what choice did he have? He didn't want to pass his mother's offer off. He loved her cooking, but could he really keep himself under control in their presence? He was not sure. However, his thought process was soon interrupted by Makumo's sudden return. Sorry about that, Yagi. Father needed me to gather parts for an invention he was working on. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Midoriya. I don't mind, really. You know you can just call me Makumo, right? No need to be so formal. I'm sorry. It's just how I was raised, he said while shifting his glasses. In truth, his sight had gotten slightly worse over the years, mostly due to outside factors. I see. By the way, what happened here? Makumo said while pointing to the metal bin. Oh, well, some things happened and well. Most of the ideas I came up with weren't exactly useful. With the way quirks are nowadays, creating support items to solve a specific problem can easily be overcome from simple training. I see. And these? Oh, these are ones I'm not really too sure of. I was hoping to speak with Mr. Midoriya about them and ask for a second opinion. Not a bad idea. He could probably give you tips on how to improve the designs or other functions like that. But unfortunately, he won't be coming in today, said he had to take care of some business. All right. By the way, are you able to assist me with this? Oh, sure, what is it? Walking over with Makumo to another part of the lab, Izuku sees what looks to be a pod of some sorts, with a tinted glass panel at the front of it, causing Izuku to be rather weirded out. What is this thing? Well, this is my latest invention. It's supposed to be a genetic modifier. I'm sorry, did you say genetic modifier? Why make something like that? Well, have you ever heard of the quirk singularity theory proposed by one Dr. Kyudai Garaki? Makumo asks the young man. Oh yeah, I did a research report on him back in high school. The theory goes that as the generations go by, quirks blend and evolve, producing stronger and more complex quirks. However, with this increase in power, they will eventually come to a point where the human body won't be able to control the quirk's power. Izuku began. Since the human body can't evolve as quickly as quirks, there will come a time where it won't be able to handle such power, most likely resulting in a mass extinction event, a collapse of the future. Impressive. You spoke about the theory so easily and gave the appropriate information. But, in the end, what he proposed was only a theory, so no one believed him. I mean, it's not hard to understand why. Back then quirks weren't as powerful as some are now, and even then, there are quirks that aren't even all that strong. Only a select few have powerful quirks. What if I were to tell you that theory was real? Hold on, are you serious? You believe in it? Yes. What the good doctor theorized was correct, and the very reason why I decided to build this machine. Hold on, what evidence do you have to prove it? Unfortunately, I don't have any. All information on Dr. Garaki's research was taken and destroyed after the League of Villains was taken down by the heroes, but I know for certainty that his theory is correct. But I didn't build this thing to prove his point even further, but rather stop it from happening. Huh? Hold on. Stop it? Yes, like you said, the theory goes that eventually, the human body won't be able to control it due to not being able to evolve as quickly as quirks. This machine over here was built for one expressed purpose, to modify the human body and ensure our survival. Huh? Oh, I get it. You want to modify the human body so that the danger of quirks going out of control won't happen, correct? Yes. The idea behind this machine is to not only modify the human body and allow it to continuously evolve with each passing generation, but also bring it to its physical peak. Physical peak. Yes. Aside from the quirk singularity theory, I was inspired from an old comic book and movie my father had in his collection. A movie? Yes. But enough about nostalgia, it's time we test this machine out for the first time. Wait, you're gonna test it out now? Of course. I need to know if I need to tweak it somehow, and unfortunately, we don't have anything to test it on besides ourselves. But, so, which of us do you think should go ahead first? Izuku thought on this question momentarily. Despite being hesitant on the idea of being a guinea pig for an experiment that had the large possibility of going wrong, he couldn't deny that his curiosity made him wonder what would happen if the machine was a success. Because of this, he took off his glasses and stepped forward. I'll do it. Are you sure, Yagi? This is my invention after all. If something goes wrong, I don't want you getting hurt. Don't worry about me. If we didn't take risks, we wouldn't be able to make progress. So I'll be the one to go inside the machine. After taking off his lab coat and shirt, Izuku stepped into the machine, feeling a bit of claustrophobia due to its cramped size. So, how long is this supposed to take? Izuku asked Mikumo. It shouldn't take too long, roughly about 5 minutes at most, to get the fullest effects of the genetic modification. I see. Now it's going to slightly get hot in there, so just try to relax and not let the heat get to you. As he continues to turn the dial on the machine, the inside of it glows slightly brighter, with Izuku beginning to sweat slightly. Excellent. The chemicals are being absorbed into your body now. Chemicals? Yes. In order for genetic modification to occur, certain chemicals needed to get absorbed into your body. Then the machine will begin modification? Oh, okay. Are you all right in there? Yep. Just sweating like crazy. Only 3 minutes left before completion, just hold out for a little longer. His body continued to sweat for quite some time, his body being completely drenched as he began to breathe heavily. However, unaware to the two, a small creature makes its way inside the machine, using one small hole left open due to foresight to make its way in. Okay, Yagi. Just 1 more minute. You got this. I don't know if I can do it, Mikumo. I feel like something's crawling on my back. It's so cramped in here that I can't scratch it. Just ensure it for a little longer, Yagi. You can do this. The machine began to use an artificial voice and began a countdown of 30 seconds, with Izuku being slightly relieved that the process is going to be finished soon. However, to his horror, the crawling on his back wasn't because he was feeling itchy, but that a spider had began crawling up his back and onto his neck, biting him in the process. What the hell? Izuku yelled out, but the voice from the machine masked his cries, as it finally hit 0, opening up the chamber with a large cloud of smoke drawing out from the inside. Yagi, are you okay? I heard a bit of screaming before the machine made so much noise. As more smoke brushed out, Izuku began weakly walking out of the machine, his energy slightly depleted. Holy crap, I think I was hallucinating. I could have sworn I saw a. But before he could finish, he falls to the ground slightly, with Mikumo helping him up from the ground. Don't worry, Yagi, the heat must have made you see things. I'll go get you some water, your shirt, and your lab coat. Upon completing the task of grabbing his clothes and some water to drink, Mikumo began to evaluate Izuku's body, asking several questions about whether or not he felt anything different. Okay, so it doesn't look like the effects are immediate. We should probably observe you for a period of about a week until we can come to a good conclusion. Oh, yeah, sure. In the meantime, try to take it easy. The machine took a large toll on you. Once the clock reaches 3, go on home. Wait, really? Yeah, consider this a reward for helping me out. Thanks, Mr. Midori. I mean, Mikumo. No worries, Izuku. After leaving the lab for the day, Izuku makes his way back to his apartment, rewatching a show on his phone that he became invested in during his first year in university, but decided to rewatch today. Man, I've forgotten how brutal this show is. Seriously, even without arms, legs, hearing or sight, this guy really is a skilled fighter. As he approached his apartment door, a sense of nervousness washed over him, remembering that he forgot that he now has a roommate living with him. Not just any person, but a beautiful girl. Crap, I forgot she was gonna be living with me. And I did rudely leave the scene before she introduced herself to me. So I should go and apologize. He opens the door and begins to walk inside, changing out of his work clothes and into something more casual. Man, first day on the job, and I didn't even get started on inventing. If I don't do something about it soon, I might end up getting fired. And I don't want to disappoint Mikumo or Mr. Midoriya, so I'll do my best tomorrow. He thought to himself as he laid on the couch. The door to the apartments opens after a few minutes, and standing above him, he sees the same blonde girl from this morning, meeting him face to face once more. "Hey roommate," she says, greeting him. "Oh, hi," Izuku said in embarrassment, before quickly getting up. "I didn't know you came home from work." "Yeah, well, some things happened and let's just say I got let out early." "You mean you got fired?" "No, more like something else occurred." "I see. Well, I guess since there's nothing in the way now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Melissa. It's so lovely to meet you." "Melissa, I see. Would you happen to be from America by any chance? Not to be rude, but given your clothes and your name, you seem like a foreigner." "No, you're not being rude at all. I was born in America, but I was mostly raised on I Island with my father." "I Island, huh? Forgive me, but what brings you to Japan? I Island is more technologically advanced, is it not?" "Well, let's just say I needed to get out and explore the world for a little bit." "I see. By the way, the landlord said your family name was Yagi, right?" "Yeah, does that mean you are related to a Toshinori Yagi by any chance?" "Oh, well, Toshinori is my father." "Oh wow, your Uncle Mite's son." "Uncle Mite, yes, he and my father were friends in their younger years." "Hold on, does that mean your father is the David Shield?" With a nod of her head, Izuku slightly freaks out even more at this. "I know Uncle Mite had a daughter, but I never knew he had a son before. So when I heard your family name was Yagi, I grew curious." "You don't say. Still, I'm very glad to know that I'm roommates with someone trusting and reliable." "You should probably hold off from saying that. I haven't exactly proven my trust and reliability to you," Izuku said somberly. "But maybe say that when I do show off those traits." Okay, so, what would you like for dinner tonight? I can make a very juicy steak if you'd like. Actually, I'm having dinner with my folks tonight. I'd offer to invite you, but I doubt my father knows you're here." "Oh, okay, we can just do it another time." "Sure, but there is one thing you can help me with." "Do you know what I should wear tonight?" "I haven't the slightest clue." "Now that I can help you with." After skimming through his closet of clothes, and taking what seemed like a couple of hours to get ready, we see Izuku, now in a blue polo shirt and long, black pants, exiting off a bus to a nearby suburban area. He approaches a specific house among the many in the area, where he began to see the memories of his past play back to him. Some happy, most painful, and yet they all felt real to him, which was slightly worsened with his fleeting vision. "What the heck, are my eyes getting worse? If that's the case, I'll have to see if I can fix them before it becomes permanent." Izuku approached the door with slight unease. He knew his father and sister were going to be at this family dinner, but even then, it wasn't easy for him to accept. It had been years since he last saw both his father and sibling, 5 years from what he remembered, but a small part of him wished it had been longer. After pressing the doorbell, Izuku steps back slightly, rubbing his hands for warmth, before the door slowly opens to reveal a rather short woman wearing a pink apron over a dark red shirt. Hi mum," Izuku muttered. "Izuku," she mutters while approaching. "My baby boy." "Mum, what's wrong? You really came. I'm so happy you came for dinner." "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world." Walking into the house with her, he smells the delicious scent of a home-cooked meal, his face becoming more and more relaxed by the second. So warm. However, the illusion of a warm environment is quickly shattered when he enters the dining room and sees his father and sister sitting at the table, along with a rather confused Shoto Todoroki. Hi Izuku, it's certainly been a while," Izumi says to him. "Oh hi," Izuku mutters back. Toshinori, despite wanting to say something, is unable to find the words in his mouth to say anything, only staying silent throughout the entire interaction. "All right, now that everyone is here, let's eat." The five begin to eat the meal prepared by Inko, with even Todoroki making a soft smile at the delicious taste it has. Wow! This is delicious, Mrs. Yagi. Ah, thank you. I made this rice extra special just for tonight. I taste a hint of chicken wings. Izumi questioned. Close. I simmered the chicken wings with bonito stock, sake and light soy sauce. Apparently you can freeze the broth and chop it up into cubes with it melting onto the rice as soon as it makes contact. I see. Well, either way, this is delicious, honey. Toshinori responded. Aw, thank you, Toshi. I learned the recipe from Mitsuki while we were out shopping the other day. I see. She's certainly an expert when it comes to cooking. Izuku, tasting the rice for himself, smiles a bit before continuing the meal. I think there was a similar recipe in a cooking show I was watching. I'm kind of glad Mum made it. I was gonna make it myself, but I don't really know how to cook, so making something that elaborate was just gonna end badly. Izuku thought to himself. By the way, you never told me you had a brother Izumi. Why don't you introduce me to him? Oh right, Shoto, this is my brother Izuku. Izuku, this is my boyfriend Shoto Todoroki. Oh, it's certainly nice to meet you, Todoroki. Likewise, Izuku. The use of his first name caught Izuku slightly off guard, as his mother began to bring out some extra food out from the kitchen. So Izuku, how are things at university? Inko asked him. Have you got yourself a girlfriend? Oh, well, no, unfortunately not, Izuku responded. Things in that department haven't exactly been lucky for me. I don't really have the confidence to go ask a girl on a date, let alone as her to become my girlfriend. I see. Wait, hold on. I thought it would be easy, considering you're the son of all. But before Todoroki could finish his statement, Izumi gives him a slight glare, indicating a message only he would understand. Even a dense guy like him could see the, do not say anything, look in her eyes. Other than that, I've just been focused on finishing this degree and going full-time at this new job I'm at. A new job? Ooh, how exciting. Where do you work? Inko asked him. Well, it's a relatively small company, so nothing too fancy. We recently tested out a machine my boss's son made today. Though I'm not sure how much I can disclose about it. Oh, you're working with your boss's son? Yeah, he's slightly older than me, but he really does look after me well. I won't lie when I say he has some sort of older brother vibe to him. Oh, then perhaps you should introduce him to us sometime. Totally, though I'm not sure if I can get my boss to come over sometime. He's a very busy man, trying to get the company into the Hall of Fame and all that. I see. Izuku, would you happen to know what your boss's name is? Toshinori asked him. Izuku looked at his father in curiosity. This was the first time he even said something to him, and yet it sounded so untrustworthy. Regardless, Izuku answered honestly. Well, he said his name was Hisashi. Hisashi Midoriya. Why do you ask? Upon hearing the name, Toshinori drops his fork, catching everyone's attentions lightly. Oh goodness, I guess my grip strength isn't as good as it was in my younger years. Toshinori says to the others. Are you okay, Dad? Izumi asks him. Don't worry, I'll be fine, sweetie. But Izuku, I don't think you should work for that man. What? Izuku said in confusion. I understand that this upsets you. But believe me when I say that you shouldn't work for Hisashi Midoriya. There are things about it that you don't understand. Toshinori, why would you say that? Inko asks her husband. Trust me, Inko, it's better this way. If Izuku really wants to pursue a career in creating inventions and support items, I can always ask Powerloader to offer him a job at UA. It would be perfect for him. But Toshi, as the two adults continued to argue slightly, the two lovebirds kept to themselves and continued to eat the rice, while Izuku began to shake. For whatever reason, something in him began to change, causing him to sweat profusely, and his eyesight becoming blurry. Izuku, are you okay? I'm fine, Mother. I don't feel so well. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Wait, Izuku. But it was too late. Despite Izumi's best attempts to speak with her brother, she was unable to reach him, as he ran out of the house and did his best to get back home. Izumi, everything is going to be okay. I'm sure he's going to get home safely. Todoroki tells her. Despite her boyfriend's reassuring words, Izumi isn't able to say anything, merely looking down at her food in worry. Izuku on the other hand is looking rather unwell. While making his way up the stairs, all he could feel was the world spinning before him, his hallucinations beginning to haunt him as he entered his apartment and laid face first into his bed. As the night went through its cycle, Izuku's mind swirled with many nightmares, not getting enough proper sleep, before he woke up from his slumber and feeling rather ill. What happened last night? I know I got ill all of a sudden, but what could have been the cause? He thought to himself. He opened his eyes, only for them to burn painfully, causing him to slightly yell out in pain. Ah, my eyes. Making his way to the bathroom, he doesn't bother to turn on the lights, and merely adjusts his vision to the darkness, noticing something strange about his body. His once skinny and noodle-like body had suddenly changed into that of a wall of muscle, causing him to slightly freak out. What the hell? Is this me? No, it couldn't be. But my hair, my eyes, they look the same. Wait, how can I even see in the dark like this? As he goes to rub his face, he suddenly feels a sharp pain, and notices a small cut on his face. What the heck? How did I even cut me's? But as he looked at his hand, he began to slightly panic, upon seeing what looks to be talons on his fingers. What happened? What the hell happened to me? It was then that the young man remembered the experiment from the other day, and the words Mikumo had said to him the other day. The machine. I forgot. It was designed to modify the body and bring them to their physical peak. But then, why do I have talons? And why is my eyesight so the spider? The machine activated while the spider was inside the chamber with me. But then, that could only mean, my DNA, I have spider DNA coursing through my veins. The door to the bathroom is knocked, with Izuku turning his attention to it in panic. Izuku, is everything all right? Melissa said from the other side of the door. Sweat began to drop from Izuku's face, as this sudden evolution to his body would forever change his life forever, whether he liked it or not. Izuku at this moment in time was only feeling one thing, panic. His body had changed dramatically as a result of Mikumo's machine, but these other changes had frightened him extremely. Talons, his messed up eyesight, and he also felt a pair of sharp fangs upon closer inspection of his teeth. But those things paled in comparison to what his now roommate would think if she saw him like this. Yeah, everything's fine, Melissa. Just trying to get ready for work today. But the lights to the bathroom are off. How will you see? Oh, well, I just need to adjust my eyes before I turn on the light. Don't want to accidentally blind myself. Well, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I just want to let you know that I'm gonna go get groceries. Anything you need? No, I'm good. Okay, just message me when something comes to mind. Sure thing, Melissa. After many footsteps and the door opening and closing, Izuku opens the door to the bathroom, and scopes the place out to see if it is clear for him to exit. Okay, good, she's gone. But that begs the question. How am I gonna get to work with these changes? He looks around his apartment, looking at the various pieces of clothing in his closet, before finding something to settle on. Perfect, he mutters. After some time, we are taken to the lab once more, where we see Mikumo working on some other device that his father had gotten him to complete. Its current design was rather crude and didn't offer much success in terms of function, often sparking out due to a miscalculation or due to various software failures. However, Mikumo's annoyance would soon stagnate when the door to the lab opens. Is that you, Yagi? Mikumo says, not turning his head to the door. Yeah, it's me. That's good. Today is gonna be a slow day, but I appreciate you coming here. Upon turning his head to Izuku, he is rather confused by the accessories Izuku was seen wearing. A mask to cover his face, thick-tinted sunglasses, and a pair of leather gloves were what he saw, and for one reason or another, he couldn't help but wonder why Izuku was wearing such things. Izuku, what's with those accessories you're wearing? Oh, well, I may have gotten a case of the common cold. I didn't want to cause trouble, or accidentally infect you, so I figured I'd wear a mask and glove to keep my germs from spreading. Sounds fair, but last time I checked, sunglasses aren't exactly known for blocking the common cold. Well, come on, Yagi, take that stuff off. I promise you can trust me. Izuku hesitantly complied with Mikumo, and began to remove the accessories he was wearing. Upon doing so, Mikumo's eyes widened in surprise. He knew Izuku had changed given the height increase, but he never expected changes such as talons, fangs and what appeared to be poor eyesight. Yagi, what happened to you? Why do you have talons? What's wrong with your eyes? Well, your machine worked. I ended up getting to my physical peak. But something happened during the process. A spider was inside it while it was altering my DNA. It ended up biting me just before it finished, and after a while, this happened. I see. So that's what happened, Mikumo said while sitting on his seat. It's my fault you ended up mutating this way. And no, it's not your fault. You didn't know the spider was going to be in there. Besides, we can just reverse the effects, right? It's not as simple as it may look. It took me a few years to develop this machine, and I never got around to developing a fail-safe in case something went wrong. I know that may sound idiotic, but I run all possible calculations to ensure that the effects were neither harmful nor devastating. Mikumo says to him. He looks down at the ground in guilt, tightening the grip of his hands together, while Izuku takes a seat at his desk. It'll take at least 6 months tops to add a reverse feature to it. In the meantime, we should probably study you as you are, as well as figure out a way to help you with these new powers. Huh, oh right, that seems like a good idea. The two began to study Izuku's now current power set, studying the anatomy of his body, as well as looking at other aspects, such as checking if Izuku was able to secrete venom from his fangs, and to his surprise, some had actually leaked out. Okay, so, based on what we've been able to gather, it looks as though there are multiple things we've discovered. Regarding the venom extracted from your fangs, it appears that it's merely to paralyze the recipient if it's injected into their bloodstream. Whoa. That's pretty creepy. The good news, however, is that it seems that your talons and fangs are retractable, so with a little practice, you should be able to live life normally. As for your eyesight, that will be the most tricky. Your eyesight currently has been programmed to be more effective at night, kind of like night vision. As a result, they're more sensitive to bright lights. Unfortunately, this is permanent. So, there's nothing I can do. Unfortunately not, but there are ways to remedy that. Aside from wearing heavily tinted sunglasses like you wore this morning, I do have one thing I can make to help you. What would that be? Izuku asked him. Well, perhaps I can design you some tinted contacts. Tinted contacts. Its creation may be difficult, but it should allow you to see better without worrying about bright lights. It will take some time so you'll need to wear those glasses for now. Right, that's fine. How long will that take? Best I can say is a week tops. Shouldn't be too hard though. By the way, can you go on an errand real quick? Oh, sure, what's up? I'd like you to go and pick up an order I made for an iced coffee at Hopper's Cafe. Huh, Izuku said with confusion. I would go get it myself, but unfortunately, Father is going to be coming by soon, and he expects me to stay no matter what. I see. Despite his slight annoyance to the request, Izuku goes anyway, putting on a hoodie he brought along with him, before heading out of the lab with his tinted sunglasses. Man, this sucks. Why of all places did he have to order here? Izuku mutters to himself before sighing. Oh well, guess he has his preferences in stores. Still, I wish it was closer. After a 15-minute bus ride, Izuku makes his way to Hopper's Cafe, where upon entering the establishment, ends up being overwhelmed by the many cats and cat trees scattered all over the front area. Man, Mikumo must really love cats if he comes to this place. Izuku comments. After approaching the counter, a man wearing a uniform and bow tie walks towards him, twiddling his eloquent mustache. Good morning, sir. I am Jiro Hata. How may I assist you today? Oh, yes, I'm here to pick up an order for a Mikumo Midoriya. Mikumo Midoriya. Mikumo Midoriya. Hey Ichiro, is the order for a Mikumo ready? Not yet. Just about to finish it along with the order for a Kyoka. I'm sorry about that, sir. My older brother is just about to finish it. Should take no longer than 5 minutes. Oh, okay. He takes a seat at a nearby table, with cats sometimes brushing past his legs as he waits for Mikumo's order. However, as he waits, the sound of gunfire makes itself known, as Izuku sees what appears to be a group of 3 villains stand at the entrance. "Alright everyone, shut your mouths and stay put," a villain with finger guns yelled out. "Now, unless you want this cafe to become a bloodbath, then you'll do as we say. Steel Bulwark, secure the door. Needle Hair, you go get the money from the register. I'll make sure these people don't do anything stupid." As the villains do as the brown-haired man tells them, Ichiro, who walks over to the front, reacts in a rather upset expression. "What on earth is going on here? Cease your actions at once and get out of my cafe." "Well, look at you, Mr. Tough Guy. Trying to stop us from doing our job. Well, stay still if you want to live." Izuku looks at the altercation with a rather calm, but worried expression. "Okay, this is bad. Why the hell are villains attacking a cafe of all places? Could it be that these guys aren't risking robbing a bank? Even then, robbing a cat cafe is kind of sad when you think about it." He thought to himself. "All right boss, we've locked up the doors. No one's getting in or out." Steel Bulwark tells him. "Good job. Now, how about you two be cooperative and let my associate here search through your building's safe?" "Please, as if we'd let you do such a thing. We are honest men and women working for our money, and I will not allow such low lives like you to steal the hard-earned money we made." Oh, that's rich coming from a couple of former trigger dealers. Now let Needle Hair have access to your safe. However, something catches the attention of the 2 villains, causing them to turn their heads over to their teammate Steel Bulwark, who is seen laying on the ground unconscious. "What the hell? What happened?" The villain looks up to see a person covered by the sunlight, while wearing a purple hoodie and black boots. "Who the hell are you? Are you the one who knocked out my associate?" "Well, of course. Your friend was rather hard to take down, but I've faced bigger threats than this guy. As for who I am, I'm sure you've heard my name a couple of times on the news. But if you haven't, then maybe a little performance will ingrain my name into your heads." The woman takes off her hoodie, showcasing her dark purple hair and her slender appearance. Her aesthetic reminds the 2 remaining villains of what looks like a punk rocker, only this punk rocker wasn't going to perform at a concert, this punk rocker was out to take them down. "Crap, it's Earphone Jack," the finger gun villain said before attempting to gun her down. The young hero avoids the gunfire using her athletic abilities to leap from table to table, before using her ultimate attack, Heartbeat Surround, to knock down the man with the finger guns. "Damn it, you think you're hot shit just because you're a hero," Needle Hair yells out, before grabbing Izuku with her arm. "Well, guess what? Try anything funny and this boy dies by my hand." The hero called Earphone Jack stands completely still, her face making an expression of annoyance at the sudden development. "Crap, I got myself captured, and now this hero has to worry about saving me and defeating this villain. I have to do something," Izuku thought to himself. "All right hero, if you want this kid to live, then you better let us do as we want and take this place as cash." The villain tells her, "Hey Needle Hair, keep the boy with you just until I say so. Steel Bulwark is no use to us." But the villain gets no response from his partner. Instead, all he could see was Needle Hair standing in place, involuntarily releasing Izuku from her grasp, and falls to the ground. "Needle Hair, what the hell is wrong with you?" Izuku wipes the venom off his teeth, showcasing that he had bitten Needle Hair in the arm and injecting his venom into her body. You did something to her, didn't you?" "What did you?" The villain's accusation is quickly interrupted, when Earphone Jack suddenly tackles him to the ground, and implants her cords into his head, knocking him out instantly. "That'll teach you to rob hard-working businesses," the hero said to the knocked-out villain. "Hey, I don't know what you did, but that's for your help." "Oh, no problem. All I did was get in the way, so it's kind of my fault in the first place." "Well, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters." After everything is sorted, police eventually make it to the scene, arresting the 3 criminals and getting statements from the workers at the cafe, all while Izuku, after having been questioned by the police officer, takes the drink from the worker and makes his way back to the lab. "Sorry I'm late Mikumo, something happened at the cafe while I was there and it ended up being a lot longer than expect." "Ah, Yagi, good to see you here." "Oh, hi Mr. Midoriya. Don't worry, my son asked you to do something and you were just following orders." Nothing wrong with that. Oh, well thank you sir. Is there anything I can do? Just continue working as normal. Other than that, I'll let you know if something comes up. Okay sir. For the rest of the day, Izuku continued to work, constantly drawing new possible inventions for him to work on. While some were rather quite interesting, there were many that had to be scrapped. Unlike the day before, he did not finish after 5, he stayed in the lab, beginning construction on what he believed to be the invention that would put his mark on the world. But as he did so, something would come up that would distract him, as the buzz of his phone would make itself known. Hello, he answered. Hello, this is Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi from the police, am I speaking to an Izuku Yagi? The police? Why is the police calling me? It's 3 in the morning. Also, how did you get my number? Well, we're sorry for calling you at such an inconvenient time. In regards to how we got your number, your father provided us with the phone number from your mother's phone. As to why, I'm afraid there's no easy way of telling you this, but we need you to come to the hospital. The hospital? Yes, I'm afraid your mother was attacked. Upon hearing the information enter his mind, Izuku's eyes begin to shrink in worry, as any sleep deprivation that he may have had during his all-nighter in the lab had seemingly disappeared. Attacked? Yes, your mother's been shot. With no time to waste, Izuku grabbed his coat and ran out of the lab in a panic, accidentally leaving his phone back at his desk. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes turned into hours, and all Izuku could care about was getting to the hospital as quick as possible. He didn't care if he run into a street pole or anyone on the sidewalk, he was going to get to that hospital, and he was going to figure out who it was that attacked his mother. After running for about an hour, he approached the front desk of the hospital, frantically taking breaths until he could regain his focus. Sir, are you all right? The nurse asked him. Where is my mother? He said in between breaths. Where is Inko Yagi? Down the hall sir. Room 15, she said in worry, but you won't be able to visit her. She's in surgery. However, Izuku ignored the nurse and began sprinting down the hall, trying to avoid any collision with any of the doctors and nurses. Hey, stop running, one of the doctors yelled out. But Izuku didn't care what the doctor said. Pure adrenaline and worry was all that clouded his mind. Eventually, he arrived at the outside of the room, where a small group of people were standing outside. His father, his sister, that Todoroki guy he met before, some guy in what looked like a knight's outfit, and the detective he spoke with on the phone. Mr. Yagi, he spoke. You're the detective I spoke with on the phone, right? Tell me, who shot my mum? Is she going to be okay? Have you started an investiga? Mr. Yagi, I need you to calm down. I know this is a lot to bear, but I need you to be in the right headspace. Okay, sorry, he said, catching his breath once more. That's fine Mr. Yagi, it's understandable that you would be like this. The armored man spoke. This caused a bit of confusion to Izuku. He hadn't seen this hero before despite seeming to have a close connection between his sister and her boyfriend. But he had no time to ask who he was. All he was concerned about was his mother. So, who exactly shot my mother? I'm afraid we don't have a clear idea as to who it could be. So far we're waiting on the surgeons to extract the bullet and hopefully stop any damage done to her. All we can do is wait. Izuku begrudgingly sat on a chair positioned near the wall, his eyes fixated on the ground while his leg began to move on its own, likely as a result of Izuku's worry. However, upon seeing the red light above the room go out, he stands up from his seat, giving his full attention to the emerging doctor, who had a somber look on his face. I'm sorry, the doctor muttered. There's nothing we can do. The father and daughter gasped slightly, with Izumi covering her eyes with her hands before walking over to her father and burying her head into his shoulder. But Izuku made no such reaction. Time seemed to almost pause for him, as the pupils in his eyes dilated in silent shock. The 2 bullets passed through her coronary arteries. While we were able to get the bullets out and repair some of the tissue, I'm afraid the damage was too severe. We would ask Recovery Girl or Eraserhead's child to come and fix her, but given the amount of time she has left they won't make it here on time. The doctor tells them, the best thing I can advise is, to say your goodbyes. Izumi continued to cry into her father's shoulder, while Izuku began to approach the door with the doctor's permission. Upon opening it, he would be haunted by the sight of wires sticking out of her, and monitors constantly beeping in sync with her rapidly degrading heartbeat. He hesitated to go inside, even if his body was telling him to move forwards. "I'll give you guys some privacy." The heart monitor continued to beep in the silent and cold room. Toshinori and Izumi stood over Inko, who as a result of the anesthesia was not awake. Izuku meanwhile fell to his knees as he gripped onto his mother's hand. Why is this happening?" he silently muttered to himself. "Why did it have to be you?" His entire body began to shiver. While his father and sister leaned over and kissed her forehead and saying their goodbyes, Izuku refused to do so. He refused to believe that his mother was going to die, as he began to think to himself his only wish. "Don't die. Please don't die. I'm begging you. God, anyone, keep her alive," he thought to himself. But his heart would soon break, when he heard the flat line from the heart monitor. Reality had sunken in for the young man, as the only person he ever cared about was gone. Unable to say goodbye to her. A couple of weeks would eventually pass quickly for Izuku, as he was now standing completely still in the rain. His black suit becoming drenched in rain water, while the lightning struck above him. The singular tombstone with his mother's name inscribed into it felt all the more unreal to him. His mother, the one who raised him, the one who was there during his darkest moments, was gone. Not by old age, disease or other natural causes, but because someone gunned her down. Some scumbag who wanted to do nothing more than to cause pain. He hated that he was not there to protect her. He would have taken the bullet for her if it meant she would be alive. But such an opportunity would never come. As Izuku continued to stare down at the grave, the people behind him could only silently watch, unable to properly console the young man. They knew nothing about him, only that he was related to their former classmate and comrade Izumi. Some would approach, but Izuku paid no attention to them. To him, they were just strangers. Strangers that tried to feel good about themselves by offering their sympathy. Strangers that didn't care for him like a friend or a family member, but an acquaintance, simply because he was related to Izumi. A tall blonde man would soon approach, causing the two to turn their heads to see the blonde man. He was shorter than his father, and had a bit more muscle due to his age, but wave a lot softer than people pictured him to be. "Hey Izuku, how are you holding up? Hey Kaminari." The two stood by each other, silently staring down at the grave and tombstone together as was coated by the rain water. Inko never was comfortable with the traditional method of cremation, and felt that it would be fitting to be buried in the ground, to become nutrients for the earth. But such thoughts were not appropriate at this time. "Thank you for coming, Denki. I'm sorry for taking time away from your girlfriend." "It's okay." She understood, and wanted to give her condolences. "Thank you. If you need anything, or just want to talk, you can always swing by. We'd love to have you come by." I'll consider that offer." Izuku stared behind him to see his father and sister standing amongst the crowd. Despite being related to them by blood, he felt as if he wasn't really part of their family, with his mother being his only connection to them. But since she was gone, he might as well consider them to be strangers to him. Strangers that were only connected to him by blood. "So, what's going to happen now? With your mother's killer?" "Well, the police won't tell me anything. Only thing they told me was that the bullets weren't any normal bullets, but ones made of thickened hair." "Thickened hair. Aside from that, I've been completely left out. They won't tell me anything. Not even a name. It infuriates me." "I see," Kaminari says while looking down at Izuku's fist. He noticed a small trickle of blood seeping out and being washed away by the rainwater and gave a slight look of worry over his friend. He saw the painful look on his face, and believed there wasn't anything he could do. Grief affected people differently, that was something he knew. But to see his friend like this, it struck a chord. He patted his friend's back in an attempt to reassure him that he was there for him if he needed him, before beginning to head back home, leaving Izuku alone in front of the grave. Someone should get him an umbrella. Otherwise he might catch a cold. The pink-skinned girl said to her friends. "I could lend him mine or create one for him, but there's something worrying about him. Like there's a darkness to him." A black-haired girl responded. "You think so, Yaomomo?" "Yes, Mina. I think he just needs to be left alone. While many of Izumi's comrades began to make their way away to a sheltered area, one of them chose to stay. The same purple-haired girl that had saved Izuku that day at the cafe began to approach him, as if hoping to make a connection with the young man and save him from this darkness her friend had spoken about. After all, a hero's duty was to make sure those they saved were safe and held no sadness. "Something I can help you with?" Izuku asked her. "If you're here to just give me your sympathy, you should just stop before you say anything. You have no reason to offer it to me. You should say it to Izumi. You're her former classmate after all. I guess you don't like her, do you?" She responded to him. Izuku was silent on this question, choosing to not even give any mind to the mention of Izumi. But this silence would only confirm the girl's suspicions. "So it's true then. What are you going to do? Tell her." "No, I see no reason to." "I'm sure you have your reasons." Her boyfriend Todoroki had his reasons for hating his father, so I assume something similar was going on between you two. "Why exactly are you talking to me?" Izuku asked her. While it was refreshing to hear something other than, "You have my condolences," from Izumi's comrade, it did cause him some slight irritation. Regardless of this, Jiro continued to speak to the young man. "I want to help you get through this. And I believe the best way in doing so is to let your feelings run wild, not just from your words, but from a nice bit of headbanging." Headbanging. She handed him a card that cited an address to a building located on the outskirts of the city, as well as a phone number contained below it, which outright confused the young man. "What's this for?" he asked her. "My version of giving you therapy." She responded. "You don't have to come if you don't want to. But from the way your face is, it's going to take you some time to properly grieve. So I want to give you a possible avenue to do so. But do call me beforehand so I can get everything set up." "What are you?" "Don't worry, you'll know once you come by. But like I said, it's completely up to you." Izuku stared at the card with an intense glare as water began to absorb into it. He didn't know why he didn't just put the card into a nearby rubbish bin, but something told him that having this in his possession could be useful in the future. He began to sneeze, noticing a small bit of snot marking his hand, before realizing he was starting to catch a cold. "Shoot, this isn't good," he thought to himself. "I better head home before I start to get worse." He began to walk away from the burial site, and accidentally caught the attention of his father and sister, much to his annoyance. "Izuku, where are you going?" Toshinori asked him. "Home. I'm starting to get a cold." "Well, maybe I can drive you home, brother," Izumi said to him. "No, I'm fine with walking." "But brother," she attempted to put her hand on his shoulder, wanting to genuinely help him for the first time in years, but upon him turning his head back to her, her danger sense began to suddenly spike, feeling an immense darkness coming from him. "I said I'm fine," he growled. "You may be my sister, but don't act like we're family. We haven't been family for years. So from now on, don't you ever touch me. Don't contact me, and don't even try to find where I live." He tried to walk away from her, with Izumi pulling her hand away in fear, when he is suddenly grabbed by a much larger hand. It felt slightly familiar to Izuku, who once again turned his head back to see Todoroki of all people give him a judgmental expression. "What the hell is wrong with you? Your sister is trying to help you and you just push her away." "Believe me, I know what it's like to push family away. But this isn't the way to go. Let go of me, I'm not in the mood to talk," Izuku said to him. "I'm sure you love her very much. But I don't, so just leave me alone." He pulled Todoroki's arm off of his shoulder, and began to walk back to his apartment while the rain persisted above. His mind began to go down the rabbit hole of grief and self-hatred, blaming himself for not saving her despite not even being with her at the time. People in this situation would generally say that there was nothing we could do in moments like this and to not be hard on yourself for it. But Izuku didn't care. He continued to blame himself for something that was out of his control. He began to cough a bit as he went up the stairs of the apartment building, snot going down from his nose while he approached his apartment door. Melissa had gone out during this time, doing another grocery run while Izuku was at the funeral. It felt rather lonely without her presence, something he had just gotten used to. He took off his suit and laid on his bed, staring up at the ceiling as those dark thoughts continued to cloud his mind. Why didn't you save her? Where were you when she was being attacked? It should have been you who got shot instead of her. These thoughts continued to cloud his mind, as the thunder and lightning continued to strike outside. But one thought did pop up that made him rather motivated. What are you going to do about it? He said to himself. How are you going to avenge her death? He stared up at the ceiling, this time with a vengeful expression of determination. Something clicked in his mind that day, something that would set him on a path of pain. If the police wouldn't tell him who shot his mother, he'd find them himself, and bring them to justice. And so, he got up from his bed, and began to work. What he was working on, even he wasn't sure if it would work to begin with. But that didn't matter, he had plenty of time to fix this new invention should it have problems. A few more days would pass, and we see Izumi lying on her bed hearing the sound of her alarm clock go off loudly. Man, even after 3 years, I'm still not used to this stupid alarm, she said as she got up from her bed. She made her way to the dining room, where she saw Todoroki making some breakfast while wearing a pink apron. Shoto. Morning Izumi, what are you wearing? She said with confusion. Oh, Hiroshima gave this to me as a gift for my birthday, so I figured this would be the right time to use it. He gave you a pink apron? Pretty cool, huh? Hiroshima said pink is a manly color, though I just like the apron for its usefulness in the kitchen. Yeah, I think it's a good gift. Though, a plain white one would have been better. After finishing making breakfast, Shoto set the plate on the table, where we see a somewhat extravagant course of high-protein foods, as well as a delicious glass of apple juice to quench her thirst. Man, that was good. You seriously have skills, Shoto, Izumi said, praising him. Well, my sister did teach me a lot during our high school years, it's only natural that I pick up a few things. Yeah, but still, this is some of the best eggs I've ever had. How did you get them to taste so good? Well, it's good that you like them, he said solemnly. By the way, how are you feeling, after the funeral? And, after what your brother said? Izumi hesitated to answer her boyfriend's question. While it was true that she was still grieving about her mother's sudden passing, nothing could help her fully cope with the painful and vengeful expression Izuku had given her that day. The complete rejection in his eyes made her almost terrified, added on with the fact that danger sense had suddenly activated and she could only imagine what would have happened if she pushed him. I don't know how to feel. I'm honestly still coming to terms with it. But, I wish things had been different between us. To be truthful to you, I haven't been the best sister to him. She began. Growing up, I used to tease him that he was never going to be a normal person, that he was an anomaly in our family, all because he wasn't born with any kind of superpower. Looking back, I can understand why he would want to distance himself from me. Todoroki was confused by this sudden confession. It was true she never spoke about her childhood often, so to hear this was something certainly eye-widening. Izumi, he muttered, hearing this must make you feel pretty disgusted with me, huh? In a way, I acted like some of the worst bad guys we've ever faced. Only, I betrayed my brother by treating him as a freak, a monster. So I'd understand if you resent me because of it. While I do have my grievances with such a discovery, I believe it is best that you bury the hatchet with him. That look he gave off during the funeral, that was a look I was all too familiar with. And seeing it on another person, it pains me that someone could bear such hatred. He begins in a monologue. Learn to gain his trust again, show him you can be a reliable sister, and that you've grown from your ways. After that, it is his choice on whether to forgive you or not. I know, but, no buts. Hatred like that could be a great asset to someone who may want to use him for the wrong reasons. A hero's job is to save someone from that darkness. And right now your brother is heading towards the center of that darkness. If you don't save him now, you may never be able to save him again. So please, put aside your fear, and try. Izumi pondered on this request. While Izuku was scary, she knew that without all for one to terrorize the world and offer an opportunity to him, he was never going to walk down the path of villainy, unaware that Izuku now possessed meta abilities. With a determined smile, she would look back up at her boyfriend, while the sun shined through the window. All right, I'll try to save him, she said to him. But little did she know, the task of saving her brother from his darkness would not be an easy one, as he had already begun on his path of vengeance. Some time had passed, and Izuku was tired, as expected if one had not gone to sleep for about 3 nights. But where most would fall victim to exhaustion, Izuku persisted in his mission of vengeance. Wearing nothing but a green hoodie, black jeans and a pair of white shoes, Izuku walked through the city streets before approaching a large building nearby. The police station. If he wanted to get the information he wanted, then he couldn't just walk in and just demand the info. He had to be smart about it. Walking over to the side of the building, he placed a small device on the ground, and quickly activated via a small remote in his hand. Erecting out of the device, 8 small legs sprouted out, before it began to crawl on the ground, scanning the building beside it, before roaming over to a small vent nearby. Alright, time to see how this little guy goes. The drone begins to scuttle through the vents, with all the sounds and surroundings being recorded in real time. Izuku, who is currently sitting on a nearby park bench, watches his phone with intense focus before seeing Tsukauchi in his view. "Sir, with all due respect, it's an undeniable fact that she is alive," he said into the phone. "Detective Tsukauchi, with all due respect, there's no possible way that Lady Nagant is alive. But we have a bullet as a sample. Her quirk gave her the ability to turn her hair into makeshift bullets. You can't possibly say that she's dead after you've seen it for yourself. Like I tried to reiterate to you, Detective, Lady Nagant has been dead for over 5 years, and her body was cremated. How can she possibly be alive?" "I'm not sure. You tell me," Tsukauchi responded. Izuku, who had managed to hack the phone call via a program he made in tandem with the spider-shaped drone, was staring off into space, likely a result of him not getting any sleep, and the revelation that the identity of his mum's killer was some dead hero turned villain. His days would continue to grow more serious, as it took the combined effort of 3 hours of time passing, and Mikumo trying to catch his attention to break him from his trance. "Oi, Yagi, you stopped drawing. Is something the matter?" Izuku hesitated slightly. No, sorry boss. I just haven't been getting enough sleep lately." "I see. Don't worry, Mikumo. It won't happen again." "Whatever you say." Izuku continued to draw on his sketchbook any possible ideas for inventions for Mikumo and Hisashi to invest in. But something in the back of his mind prevented him from doing so. Almost as if curiosity had decided to pilot the vessel that was Izuku's body. He had one question to ask Mikumo, and he wouldn't be able to continue until he got said answer. "Hey, Mikumo," Izuku muttered. What's up, Yagi? By any chance, have you ever heard of someone named Lady Nagant?" Mikumo paused for a moment before answering. "Lady Nagant? Oh yeah, she was that villain who died in an explosion many years back while working for All for One. What about her? Do you think someone could be out there, using her quirk to kill people?" Mikumo thought on this answer for quite a while. He wanted to give an answer that didn't cause Izuku trouble, but he had to be honest with him. Well, given the complexities of All for One's quirk, it is possible that he took her quirk. But if I'm being honest, I doubt that could be a possibility. I see, Izuku said with some tears. "I take it she was the one you think killed your mother?" Izuku responded with a quiet nod. "And I take it you're going after her?" It's the look in your eyes that gave it away. You're trying to seek justice through your own means. That's why you haven't been sleeping well, isn't it?" Sweat began to stream down Izuku's face. Was it that obvious? Izuku wasn't really versed in the art of lying, so it wasn't like it had to take an expert to figure out the truth. He felt defeated in his attempt to hide his intentions, and only gave a slight nod. "You know it's against the law to commit acts of vigilantism." "I know. And yet you're still going to pursue this path." "Yes. All my life I've been forced to do nothing but watch, to cower in fear, all because I didn't have a stupid quirk. My own mother was killed because of some scumbag that has no regard for human life. I want them to face justice, not by the police, not by the heroes, but by me, the son of the woman they killed. And nothing you say will convince me to stop." Mikumo saw the determination in his eyes, but he was not fazed by them. In fact, he was intrigued by them, almost as if he saw something familiar about them. Regardless, he chose not to oppose him. Very well then, I'll help you. Huh, Izuku said in surprise. If you're going to be a valuable asset to my father's business, I can't have you getting caught by the police or dying while pursuing this person. Besides, this could be a good opportunity to assess your power set in actual combat. But won't you get in trouble? If I do, it will be because I decided to help someone reach their goal. Now then, what are you waiting for? Let's get to work. Despite Izuku's initial confusion, he followed along with the idea, his initial gritty expression turning into that of determination. Yeah, however, this determination is quickly turned to frustration when we see him trying to climb up the side of a brick wall. Sounds of struggle came from his mouth as Mikumo began to clap his hands. Come on, Yagi, climb up that wall already. Why are you trying to get me to climb the side of the building in the first place? You said you wanted to bring your mother's killer to justice. Well, the only way to do that is to quickly master your abilities. Just because my machine brought your body to its physical peak, that doesn't mean that you know how to use your powers. Still, that doesn't explain why you're having me climb a wall. It's because of your talons. Huh, considering you got your DNA mutated by a spider, it's plausible to assume those talons were designed to help you scale tall structures. What you're doing is training those talons to properly latch onto objects to allow vertical movement. Izuku continued to try and scale the building, with his highest level being 18 meters before falling to the ground. His injuries, while not severe, did cause Izuku quite the scare. Well, that's new. Your body seems to have a higher durability compared to the average person. Yeah, it still hurts, but could be worse, some of your bones could be broken. Izuku merely chuckled at this. Now then, while your abilities will help you in terms of movement, without the right equipment to assist you, you won't have many options. Wait, equipment? Yep, as well as equipment, you're going to need something to conceal your identity. So I'm going to make you a suit to help you with that problem before we attempt to chase after this person. Alright, thanks, Mikumo. He sat on the chair, recovering from his injuries, while Mikumo began work on the equipment and suit. Mum, I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you that day. But rest assured, I'll avenge you soon, and bring that bastard to justice. While he continued to relax on the chair, his phone began to ring, revealing the caller ID to be Melissa. He weakly answered the phone. Hello, Melissa. This comment perked Mikumo's ears, before he began to approach closer. Hey Izuku, I was wondering what time you were coming home today. Sorry, it's gonna be another late night. Don't worry about making me anything. It'll only be causing trouble for you. Nonsense. You're my roommate, of course it wouldn't be trouble. Besides, I haven't seen you in days. I was hoping that we could hang out, as roommates. I'm sorry, Melissa, but I don't want to. Izuku. Why yes, Mikumo. Go home to her. Take the day off. It'll be a while before I properly design the suit and equipment. Besides, you need time to recover from your injuries. Are you sure? Yeah, I'll let father know that you got sick and had to go home. But, no buts. Besides, you've been pulling all-nighters like crazy, and you're starting to stink from sweat. Go take a shower. Alright, he said as he approached the door. Thank you, Mikumo. Mikumo felt a small sense of pride overtake him, a small smile becoming rather noticeable as a result, before he begins to stretch his arms and legs. Right, onto the suit and equipment. If it means helping my junior, I'll spend as much time as needed until it's finished. The rest of Izuku's trip home became nothing short of a breeze. His mind quickly drifted off to sleep, as the bus he was riding on made its way to his final destination. But eventually, even the most tired of men have to wake up. After the bus stops at his destination, Izuku walks up the stairs calmly, his mind having been slightly at ease as a result of the quick nap. His mind would be at more ease when he caught the scent of something delicious being made on the other end of his apartment door. He opened it carefully, as to not cause any noise. Welcome home, Izuku, Melissa responded. Wait, what happened to you? She said, seeing the bandages around his forehead. Hey, sorry I took so long. The bus didn't exactly go fast. As for the bandages, something happened and I got injured as a result. But I'll be fine. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. If you say so. Well then, now that you're home, how about we enjoy some dinner? Why yeah, that sounds great. Izuku gets changed into some comfortable clothing before approaching the table. Upon doing so, he is surprised to see a slabs of steak in front of him. As this, steak, I'm sorry, I'm still bad at making Japanese food, so I just cooked what was familiar to me. No, it's great, but, why is there so much steak? Well, I noticed you haven't been eating a lot, because of your job and whatnot. So I figured tonight you're going to get yourself filled up with a nice meal. So, dig in. Upon eating the piece of steak, Izuku felt as if all his worries were melted away. The juices of the steak took him onto a trip to Flavor Town that he would not forget, and it showed physically, as his bags slightly faded as a result of smiling so much. So good, he muttered. I'm glad you like it. But while Izuku was partaking in the delicious meal, Melissa came up towards him, and rested his head on her shoulder. Melissa, after I heard what happened, I wanted to help you as quickly as I could, but you needed time to grieve, so I didn't know when to start. But, seeing you like this, it makes me happy. If you ever need to talk to me, I promise I'll be there. So please, don't hole yourself up in your room or get yourself hurt. Izuku stared down at his meal, before looking back at Melissa. Okay, I promise. The two soon continued to eat the warm meal, with them quickly enjoying each other's company. In the midst of the public, the criminal underworld was brewing. In a place where no one dared to walk through, there was an area where those of the criminal variety lurked, waiting for the change to cause chaos, and hurt the innocent. However, the sounds of struggle soon made itself known, as a group of uniformed goons and a large, muscular man in a white suit were interrogating a poor soul who was working with them. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I never stole any money from you, a nameless man said with conviction. See, I can tell from that look in your eye that you are lying. A large man in a white suit says to him while smoking a cigar. You know, had I been my younger self, I would have just killed you on the spot. But I've learned to temper my rage, so I'm going to punish you using a different method. Wait, what do you mean by? That's when the unnamed man was suddenly shot in the head by a masked individual, who was perched on the top of a rooftop. Ah, welcome back, Prowler. The individual named, the Prowler, began to slide off the side of the wall and met with the white-suited man. Sorry for being late, sir. Hey, no need to acknowledge me with honorifics. Either use go-to, or my alias. As you wish, go-to. I take it my benefactor is in need of some assistance from me. Something like that. He needs you and your men to move some equipment over to a selected facility. Ah, so we're just his private moving company, is that it? Who does he think we are? I wouldn't act out like that if I were you. Without your benefactor's help, you would be rotting in jail, or worse. Yeah, I know. Still, you could at least tell him to give us kidnapping or assassination jobs. Then again, I wouldn't want to take away jobs from my benefactor's favorite assassin. Goto said before walking away. The Prowler began to climb up a nearby building, and stare at the setting sun, before taking off her mask, showcasing a full head of indigo-colored hair, and a scar that was present on the top of her forehead. However, the thoughts in her mind weren't that of a killer, but a machine, trying to find out something about themselves that they have lost. Her memories. Izumi was feeling a little lost right now. Despite her attempts at focusing on her career, something was nagging on her mind, or rather, someone. Izuku. For countless days, she had been trying desperately to try and speak to him, but there was one problem. She did not know where to find him. During her few years in high school, she found out that not only did Izuku get his phone number changed, but that he also moved out, attempting to be independent from his parents. While she was initially proud of her brother, she soon found it frustrating, when she was never given the address to said place of residence. So, for the next few, painfully long hours, she would zip from apartment block to apartment block, looking for any clues to Izuku's residency. This ended up mostly in failure, as either he wasn't in said buildings she went to, or that the residents merely hassled her for an autograph. Ugh, this sucks, she spouted in annoyance. So many apartment blocks, and not one has given me a clue on Izuku's whereabouts. Geez, How am I supposed to help him if I don't even know where he lives? She began to divulge her desires on a burger she had bought during the search, enjoying the contents of it with glee. But something came up that would interrupt her meal. Izuku, again, only it was the last thing he said to her during the funeral that she remembered. Don't contact me, and don't even try to find where I live. Is this really the right thing to do? What if, me trying to find him will only push him away more? She thought to herself. But she was quickly distracted from these thoughts, when her communicator began to send off a silent alarm. This is Green Empress reporting. Ah, thank you for picking up so quickly. We've received reports of a hostage situation going on in downtown Hosu. Hosu? Huh, alright, I'll try to get down there as quick as possible. Very good. Now, it's important to mention that you'll be teaming up with Explosion Murder God, Dynamite for this. Huh, wait. He's here. Yep, arrived in Japan a few days ago. I see. Very well, I'm going. Alright, sending location now. You better be behaved, Kachan. She zips across the sky, bursting through the wind, as she makes her way over to the site of the hostage situation. As she does so, she begins to hear screams in the background. Shots fired, shots fired. 2 hostages down, I repeat, 2 hostages down. Crap. Gotta hurry. She increased her speed further and further, zooming faster than any vehicle below her, until she eventually reached the site of the situation. But to her surprise, the situation had been taken care of, as we see Katsuki Bakugo, or, better known as Explosion Murder God, Dynamite, was standing over the unconscious bodies of the ones responsible for this attack. Hey Izumi, it's been a while. Yeah, it certainly has. While police officers began to convene at the scene, Katsuki approached Izumi with a rather awkward expression on his face. So, I see you took care of things here by yourself. Why yeah, these guys were starting to get trigger happy. So I was told to take them down as quickly as possible. I see, you've always been pretty fast with your quirk. Well, I doubt I'm at the same speed as you. The silence between them made the atmosphere a lot more awkward, as Katsuki approached. I'm sorry I couldn't attend your mother's funeral. It's fine, she said to him. Good job on today. You deserve all the praise from those reporters. Katsuki was about to say something to her, but was unable to, as she jumped away into the sky. While she was zooming in the air, flashes began to appear in her mind. Memories of the past, painful memories. Seeing Katsuki again after so long only reminded her of what she and him did to Izuku. It didn't help that a picture of his angered face appeared afterwards, with a look of hatred piercing her soul. You may be my sister, but don't act like we're family. We haven't been family for years. So from now on, don't you ever touch me. Don't contact me, and don't even try to find where I live. The words echoed in her mind. She ended up landing at a nearby park, where she would lie on her back, eyes staring at the sky, before covering them with her arm, in an attempt to hide her tears. I'm sorry Mom, I just don't know what to do, Izumi said to herself while crying. In the dead of night, a sudden figure began swinging above the fast-moving cars and motorcycles, before eventually landing on one of the nearby rooftops. This individual was wearing what seemed to be a fancy suit, concealing their body from head to toe, sporting a green, black, and gray design. This was Izuku in the costume. A costume Mikumo had created in his spare time. How are you liking the suit? Mikumo asks him through his communicator. Well, the material isn't chafing my skin, so that's a plus. But what's with the hoodie if I already have a mask? Just a design choice. Design choice, huh, okay. That's an interesting response. Well, I thought it would help in case it was raining and the water got through your mask. Okay, that's a better reason. So, what are we doing? If we're going after your mother's killer, we're first going to have to examine the crime scene. The crime scene? What's at the crime scene that's so important? Despite how much time has passed, there are still clues that could be collected. This is important if we want to have any idea as to where your killer could be. Alright, sounds good. He began to swing across the city, doing his best to keep a low profile from the civilians below, before eventually arriving at the scene of the crime. This the place? Mikumo asked him. Yeah, I was able to take a picture of the information they had at the police station with one of my spider drones. I see. Begin scanning the area. Hold on. Scanning. His vision suddenly began to see what appeared to be a blue overlay pulsing through the area, slightly surprising him. What the heck? I incorporated a modified scanner to help with crime scene assessment. Of my design, of course. Wow. Talk about over the top. Seriously, how did you put this into the suit? Being the son of an engineer does have its advantages. The scanner began to ping what appeared to be a bullet indent in the ground, marking its location to the young man. Ah, a bullet hole. That's the best evidence we have. Okay, and what does that tell us? Izuku said with genuine confusion. It's simple, we'll have the scanner assess the trajectory of the shot, and locate where the shooter was at the time. Mikumo told him. Now based on what it's showing me, the shooter was on top of a building a few buildings behind you. Head over there and see what you can find. On my way. He began to swing once more over to the location of the gunshot, where he once more used the scanner to assess the area. Not seeing anything here, Mikumo. This is a dead end. Not quite, Yagi. Look over to the railing. The railing. The scanner began to analyze the railing of the rooftop, detecting what appeared to be an unknown dried substance. Though the trace was rather minimal, it did provide a trail for Izuku to follow. Fascinating. What is? It appears that whatever this substance the scanner found, it's rather strange. Strange. Yes. The chemical you just found was one that was used to preserve objects in a tank. This was mainly what police found when investigating the League of Villains Nomu lair. Hold on, are you saying the shooter could be a Nomu released into the public? Izuku asked him. I'm not quite sure. We're lucky that this substance was still here. The scanner should be able to provide you with a trail using the chemical as a guide. Try and see if it can lead you to anywhere important. Izuku began to follow the very faint trail of the substance through the city, swinging from rooftop to rooftop when he had to, and leaping from building to building when it was convenient. His investigation would end up taking him to an abandoned warehouse area at the pier, where he saw the waves crashing against the wall and a small group of people guarding the outside of the buildings. Okay, Yagi. The scanner is detecting a large amount of that substance inside the warehouses. I need you to go inside and see what we're dealing with. Are you crazy? There are armed guards outside. I could get shot. Don't worry, your costume will give you some resistance against any gunfire you may encounter. I see. Very well then. Leaping as far as he could from the rooftop he was standing on, to the warehouse roof, Izuku entered the building through the ceiling window, where all Izuku was met with was darkness, as his night vision began to adjust to the unknown. See anything yet? Mikumo asks him. Not yet. So far all I'm seeing is what one might typically see in a warehouse. Still haven't found anything yet. Luckily for me, those armed guards only seem to be guarding the outside of the building. So I'm not facing too much resistance. Izuku continued to look through the warehouse, to find any sort of clues as to why the trail lead him here of all places. He made his way down to the ground floor, where his scanner began to pick up a high concentration of the substance behind a large metal door in front of him. So this is it, huh? Let's see what's on the other side. He opened the door where he was met by an unholy sight. Tanks filled with the same fluid he was tracking, only, there were too many to count. Hundreds of tanks sitting in front of him, with something floating inside them. Izuku looked over the newly revealed tanks, seeing creatures, grotesque in appearance, floating aimlessly in the fluid the tanks held. But something else was creepy about these monsters. They had some sort of goo moving around their bodies, as if there were two creatures inside instead of one. These things, they were alive. Wow, what the hell is all of this? Izuku shouted out in worry. Ah, it looks as though we have a rat snooping about where he shouldn't be. A voice called out. Izuku looked behind him to see the large metal door open, and a large group of men activate their quirks, while one man approached. He was roughly 7'4" in height, and was wearing what appeared to be a normal suit, and a strange-looking mask. One that completely hid his face and head. He approached the boy with a calm, yet sinister demeanor. An aura that caused Izuku to shake and shiver in fear. What the hell is all this? Who are you? Izuku shouted. Were you the ones who sent that Nomu to shoot Inko Yagi? This made the man slightly intrigued by the intruder, but chose to remain stoic and cold. What I am doing and who I am is none of your concern. All you need to know is, this warehouse will be your tomb. Crap, you were spotted. Hold on, I'm heading over there now. Wait, what do you mean you're? Before he could ask Mikumo his question, the communicator was suddenly jammed by an unknown source. Radio waves maybe. Izuku couldn't put his finger on it. But all he knew was, he had to run as fast as he could. Otherwise, he would die. Now, there's no communicating to your allies. The man spoke. This was your fault for doing such a thing. And now, you will pay the price, with your life. Black electricity began to spark around the man, while his body levitated from the ground and into the sky. Electricity and flight, Izuku thought to himself. This is bad. How the hell was I supposed to know this thing? This anomaly was gonna be here. The figure continued to laugh out maniacally, while floating up in the sky. This euphoria of being able to fight was exhilarating. No, more than exhilarating. Freeing. And it was starting to show with the manifestation of his power. Powers Izuku hadn't even taken into account were starting to appear. His body size was increasing, and bones were seemingly appearing all over his body. But he didn't care. He just needed something to squish. Something to exterminate. And this intruder was going to satisfy his desire for battle. In a split second, the figure shot out a beam of lightning at Izuku, shocking his entire body, and cracking the glass behind him, accidentally releasing the creature inside. Though, it wasn't responsive to any commands, due to a lack of development. Izuku's body zapped repeatedly. Due to the lingering effects of the attack, he couldn't get up, but he forced himself to anyway, as the figure dove head first towards him, creating a crater underneath them. I see you are quite nimble, my boy. Your death will be most satisfying. As if I'd let some weirdo kill me here of all places. Izuku screamed back. The figure shot out more black electricity and spear-like bones, with Izuku narrowly dodging each attack, with some slight injuries to his body. However, what he would live to regret the most, was not doing anything he could to even fight back against this force of nature, as he was suddenly met with a strike to the face that would have killed any normal man. You still live, despite taking the full force of my attack. You certainly are an interesting one. I'll make sure to take your quirk once we're done. Wait, take, Izuku thought to himself weakly. Before he could continue his train of thought, and potentially meet his maker at the hands of the villain, glass began to shatter above them, as we see a masked figure, wearing what appeared to be a purple and black suit come from the ceiling window. The boots he wore glowed an ominous purple color, and broke the figure's fall, before he dropped what looked to be a smoke bomb to cover the area, and grab Izuku. Sorry boys, can't have you killing my junior that quickly, the masked figure said before leaping up to the now broken ceiling window. While the goons began to mobilize and try to pursue them, the figure stopped them with a wave of his hand. Let them go, he said to them. But sir, there's no point in sending you lot after them. I'll send her after them. The prowler, sir. With a slight nod of his head, the goon, he then turned towards him. Gather the equipment, and begin to move it to the next facility. We don't need anyone else snooping the area. All right. The figure pondered for a moment the encounter he just had with the two. How was it that the first guy was able to find one of his base of operations? Did someone leak the location? No, something else was at play. Perhaps Prowler accidentally left something behind that gave away their location. All he knew for certain was that he was going to enjoy killing those two, no matter how long it took. After traveling what looked to be a few kilometers, the masked man who had saved Izuku stopped by one of the rooftops and got him on his feet. Geez Yagi, things really got out of hand there, didn't it? Who are you? Izuku muttered weakly. Oh right, I forgot to say my name. It's Mikumo. Mikumo, what are you doing here? How did you get here? I told you, didn't I? I was heading over there after you got spotted. As to how, I may or may not have developed a pair of boots that would allow me to leap great distances. Oh, I see. Damn it, and I was so close too. If only I was more powerful, more prepared. Mikumo put his arm over his junior's shoulder, attempting to be both laid back, and a shoulder to lean on for the boy. Don't worry, Yagi. These things happen. I wouldn't worry about it too much. How were you meant to know that someone like that guy was gonna be there? I could have beaten him, Izuku muttered. Against a guy like that. You're lucky you got out alive. Just rest up for a few days. Okay. Fine. Good. I better get some shut-eye as well. Father's going to kill me if I don't work hard tomorrow. The two parted ways, with a new fear creeping into Izuku's mind. Both figuratively, and literally, as something about his suit began to slightly change. Izuku swung through the city, feeling the cool breeze brush through his body before ultimately stopping at his apartment window. He was careful to open the window to ensure he did not wake up Melissa, otherwise, she would assume he was some petty thief. It took some time to silently close the window without causing any sort of noise, but in the end, he managed to get home, and immediately took off his costume, before going to bed. But what Izuku did not expect, was the immediate pain he would feel upon doing so. All the battle damage he had accumulated during this fight had finally begun to take an effect due to the adrenaline in his body. He wanted to desperately cry out, but he couldn't. Should he let out even one sound, things were bound to happen, and Melissa would discover his recent antics. Sure enough, the pain did begin to subside. In fact, the pain seemingly was going away rather quickly. How it was that this occurred, even Izuku did not know. He was just thankful that he could get a peaceful night's sleep. After a long night's sleep, Izuku got up, feeling rather energized and headed to the kitchen. Izuku, oh hey, Melissa, what's up? Oh, sorry, I must be seeing things, since I don't have my glasses. But why does it look like you have all black hair? Black hair. He quickly went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, where he saw his normal green hair. Guess you must have been seeing things. After fixing up his hair a bit, he went to the kitchen, and grabbed a whole block of chocolate from inside, much to Melissa's surprise. Izuku, you do know chocolate is a snack, not a breakfast item. He said in confusion. What the? Well, when you're done waking up, I'll make you something a bit more healthy. Oh, thanks. He put away the chocolate back in the cupboard, before heading over to the dining room. So Izuku, I'm surprised you aren't at work today. Usually, you would have been gone by now. I was told to take a few days off. Apparently Mikumo needs the lab to himself for something he's been working on. He said, hoping it was a convincing lie. I see, she responded. So that means you're free today? Yeah, pretty much. Why do you ask? I need to get a couple of things done today, and since you're free, I was wondering if you'd like to help me. Izuku contemplated on this offer for a short bit, before looking out the window. While he would just like to laze around, the thought of leave Melissa on her own didn't really bode well with the young man. Especially with how much crime has been happening. Well, I have been meaning to get more fresh air. So why not? Great, then I'll get changed into some fresh clothes. Okay, I'll do the same. The two go off into their rooms, and get changed into some clothes they deemed fit as fresh. For Izuku, it was a simple plain white t-shirt with the word T-shirt written on the front, with a pair of plain blue jeans and his iconic red shoes, while for Melissa, she put on a rather stylish yellow dress, and a pair of white heels. After the two exited their rooms, Izuku was rather surprised by the outfit Melissa was wearing. Oh wow, Melissa, that dress, it looks good on you. He said bluntly. Yeah, yours, looks good too. Melissa said, feeling a bit underwhelmed. Okay, what's with that look? Izuku said, noticing the sarcasm in her voice. Well, I kind of just figured you'd have a more good-looking outfit. But, aren't we just running errands? You still have to look good. Besides, don't you want to catch a pretty girl's attention? Izuku let out. Izuku, a girl's not gonna give your attention to her if you dress like you've just come out of a thrift store. They want a man that wants style. But, this is my best outfit. Seriously, Melissa yelled out. Wanting to see this for herself, she approached his room, much to his worry, and began to examine his wardrobe. You weren't kidding when you said that was your best outfit. This is atrocious. I mean seriously, how do you not have a nightlife outfit? A nightlife outfit, Izuku muttered. Yeah, something you can wear when you're going on a date with a girl. You have gone on dates, haven't you? The 10 seconds of awkwardness coming from Izuku confirmed her suspicions, which resulted in her grabbing him by the arm and dragging him out. Huh, where are we going? To run the errands I need done. Then we're getting you some better clothes. After a lengthy bus ride, the two eventually arrive at the shopping mall, where Izuku is suddenly pushed into a changing room. Alright Izuku, what's your pants and shirt size? Melissa, I don't think shopping for clothes is a good idea. I am on a budget here. Don't worry about that right now, just tell me what your size is. Izuku hesitated to answer, but complied regardless. My shirt size is a large. And my pants is around the same. Around the same. Well, I'll just have to see what sizes comply with that answer. Melissa, why are we even doing this? You already know I haven't been on a date before, so doing this seems kind of pointless. I have a career to focus on after all. Izuku, just because you haven't gone on a date before in your high school years, it doesn't mean it's gonna be the same in your adult years. Yeah, but still, compared to some people, I'm just not appealing. There was a bit of silence between them, before Melissa, having gone around the store and picking out what she believed was fit enough to wear, opened the change room door, and passed the clothes over to him. Izuku, as someone who has very little experience when it comes to dating, I get that it can be a bit daunting to even try to date someone. But luckily for you, I just so happen to have watched a ton of rom-coms, so I can give you assistance. Assistance? Yeah, advice on the do's and don't of dating. Okay, but what does clothes have to do with dating? Trust me Izuku, when it comes to finding an ideal partner, your looks are a key aspect of what kind of person you're trying to show yourself off as. For example, say you were to go out one day after not shaving and wearing the same clothes you've been wearing for the past 3 days. Anyone who sees you looking like that will assume you're lazy and that you have no idea how to look after yourself. That seems to be a bit of a stretch, don't you think? What if I'm just trying to grow a beard? Well, regardless of the beard thing, a lady like it when her man can look after himself. An outfit is very powerful when it comes to someone's opinion of you. But I don't need to look good every day, do I? I mean sure, but it helps to have some good clothes on you. All I saw in that closet of yours was shirts with words on them. One of them literally had the word, front, on it. Oh, okay. Next, when it comes to clothes, the combination you use can also have an impact. Seriously, every piece of clothing can go well with certain other pieces of clothing. This can be either based on color, what kind of clothes you're wearing, or what brand you're wearing. Wow, who would have thought there's this much to decide when it comes to wearing clothing? It all comes together when you know what you're doing. Now, I want you to wear all those clothes I handed you, and we're gonna be doing a fashion show. A fashion show. For the next 30 minutes or so, Izuku wore any and all clothing that Melissa had handed him, with some combinations not working either due to his error, or as a result of other factors she had not taken into account. In the end, Izuku only got 4 outfits approved by the young blonde. After having completed the errands and returning back to the apartment, the lesson continued over a cup of hot chocolate. Izuku, due to Melissa's suggestion, started to wear one of the outfits Melissa approved of, putting on a dark green dress shirt, with a light green long sleeve underneath, as well as a pair of brown pants. Okay Izuku, now that you have an outfit ready, we're gonna work on your confidence during a date. A date? Yep. See, even though you have the look down, your current look will only do so much. Confidence plays a significant role during the dating part. She tells him. That is why, we're gonna be helping you boost your confidence by performing a practice date. Are you sure that's a good idea? Why wouldn't it be? I'm just saying, things might end up being weird between us afterwards. If it does, then we'll just talk it out like adults. But, no buts. Now, where do you want to go? Well, normally when it comes to dating, one of the partners is meant to pick a place to go. So for this exercise, you'll be picking a place for us to go. I am. You don't have to worry about picking some place expensive. I'm not really inclined to go anywhere fancy. Oh, well, why don't we go to the arcade? He said in embarrassment. The arcade. I know it's not the greatest place to go to for a date, but there's one relatively close by, plus they've got some decent games. I could even win you a few prizes. That does sound fun. Well then, guess we're going to the arcade. I'll go get dressed in a better outfit. Oh, okay. Izuku's nervousness was increasing to a worrying degree. Despite this being a practice date, it made no sense in Izuku's mind. Why was this happening of all things? Perhaps this was just some dream he was going through. If this was the case, he was quite embarrassed it was about his roommate of all people. Eventually, Melissa came out wearing an outfit considerable different from the dress she was wearing a few moments ago. She was wearing a white short-sleeved dress shirt with plaid cuffs, a large bow of the same design at her neck, and a dark raspberry pink waistcoat. Along with this, she was also wearing pale gray capri pants, under which are a pair of plaid pink socks as well as a pair of heeled brown boots. What do you think? Whoa, that certainly is something, he said with embarrassment. I would say this is my favorite outfit out of everything I have. But enough of that, let's get going. Right, the two exit the apartment, and head to the arcade through the use of public transport. All while this was happening, Izuku began to pinch himself slightly to attempt to wake himself up from this dream. Unfortunately for him, this was no dream. Okay, so this isn't a dream. No matter, this shouldn't be too bad. Taking a girl out on a date should be easy enough. He thought to himself, oh, who am I kidding? I've never done this before. Why did I think this was going to be easy? Even then, should I really be doing this? I should wait until I have avenged Mother before I even consider doing stuff like this, otherwise I would just be. Izuku, Melissa called out. You okay? Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about something. If you're worried about how this is going to go, it's okay. People always get nervous on a date. You're not alone in that feeling. Besides, if you screw up, it's not like anything bad is going to happen, so don't worry. We've still got a few hours. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Izuku looked at her, as he felt his unease slightly go away. He wiped away the sweat on his face, before slapping both of his cheeks. Okay, you're right. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's. After exiting off the bus, the two stand before a large 3-story arcade found near the city center before entering. What happened next was a montage of several different arcade games the two began to play. Whether it was simple machines that gave tickets, to overly complex racing games, in which Izuku tried to drive manual. While there were a few hiccups present, such as nearly getting angry at the claw machine, it was clear that for the first time in a long time, he truly was enjoying himself with a friend. It was as if he felt his worries suddenly disappear, believing he entered into some kind of fantasy land. In between the sessions of gameplay, there were moments where the two simply enjoyed the music playing in the background, all while being immersed in their own imaginations. But these moments were fleeting compared to the thrill of some of the less prize-focused machines. Melissa was rather different compared to most of the girls Izuku had encountered in his past, and even though this was a practice date, he enjoyed her company throughout these few hours. It made sense given their circumstances with them lacking quirks, but he couldn't help but see the charm in her character, and it showed, as his face became slightly red, something he and Melissa never noticed. After playing the many games in the arcade, the two stepped out and went to a nearby vending machine to grab a couple of drinks, with Melissa grabbing a can of orange soft drink, while Izuku was given an apple-flavored version of the same drink. Man, those claw machines were quite expensive. Sorry I didn't end up getting you a prize, Melissa. It's all good. We can always get a plushie from someplace else when we have time. I know, I just thought that getting one this way would have been more memorable rather than simply buying one. True, but it doesn't surprise me that the claw machines work the same here as back in America. How so? The claw sucks at grabbing the actual prize. I see, Izuku muttered. As the two were drinking their drinks, Melissa stared off into the horizon, seeing the sunset in front of them before turning to Izuku. You know, for as long as I've lived with you, I've only ever seen pictures of you with your mom. I've never seen any with your dad. Why is that? Oh, well, it's not like my dad isn't in the picture. It's just, he and I were never really close like that. Why's that? Dad was always busy with his job during the day. But whenever he was home, he showed More favoritism to my sister. Your sister? Oh yeah. The new symbol of peace. Why yeah. Melissa noticed the slight hesitation when there was a mention of his sister. Because of this, Melissa chose to delve deeper into the conversation. Do you not like your sister? Why you could say that? Why is that? She asked him. Izuku's eyes widened slightly when being asked this question, before his mind was hit with a wave of flashes of his childhood. This caused his expression to contort slightly, and the grip of his hand to slightly tighten. Nevertheless, rather than not answer her question, he chose to divulge the details about his rather painful past. Well, where do I begin? He muttered to himself. My life was relatively fine during my first few years. Then after that doctor's appointment, word soon spread about my quirklessness. That caused most of the kids to avoid me, first out of fear that I would somehow infect them with my quirkless trait, then once that rumor died down, they mostly avoided me out of disgust. Melissa paid attention to every word that was coming out of the young monk's mouth. For some reason, even though she expected this kind of treatment to someone who was also quirkless, hearing it firsthand really made her grateful to her father for creating an environment that helped her grow into a normalish child. On top of all the bad rumors about me, Katsuki and Izumi had gotten into the habit of bullying. Bullying. Why yeah, they mostly did it whenever I talked about becoming a hero. They didn't do much, mostly just name-calling and the occasional intimidation. But even after all of that, I was too stubborn to give up. Then one day during my final year of junior high, I somehow get into a run-in with this disgusting sludge villain and get saved by I mean, Dad. Out of curiosity, and because I was a huge fan of his at the time, I asked him, can someone like me be a hero just like him without a power? He said no. He said no. Yeah, at the time it hurt a lot to hear him say that, but I had to live with the reality of the situation. But I was pretty stubborn, so after that, I continued to train for about 10 months, tried my best to get into UA, and see if I could prove him wrong. Silence eventually filled the air for a short while, with Izuku catching his breath, while the setting sun pierced through the windows next to them. So, how come you didn't get into UA? Melissa asked him. Izuku hesitated to answer this question. He could be truthful to her and dump the story of how his father chose his sister to inherit his power over him. But he didn't want to dump all that information on her. He didn't want to cause trouble for her. The best possible answer he could give her was one crafted with lack of detail. Well, perseverance alone has its limits, especially with my stubbornness. If one doesn't have the power to help achieve said dreams, that's all they are in the end, dreams. I tried my best and I simply couldn't get in. I barely had enough points to pass the written exam, and I got a 0 on the physical. I had to accept reality. Without a quirk, I wasn't going to be able to become a hero. 10 months of physical training, all for nothing. That must have been heartbreaking, Melissa said with a sorrowful tone. It wasn't that bad in the end. I was just being delusional and was chasing a dream people knew was going to be unachievable. Thankfully, there were plenty of normal high schools I could attend, and plus, given how no one from my old junior high went to the school I went to, it was easy to lie to people to make it easier for me. You lied in high school. What did you say to them? I told them I had an intelligence quirk. Given how my grades were at the time, it was easy to convince them of that fact. But even when things were easy for me for a little while, I can't help but think to that day. What if I tried harder? What if I studied more? Could I have gotten into UA? But, even with all that thinking, I can't change anything. So, I try to live my life the best I can. I see, Melissa commented. Hey, sorry for all that info dumping I did just now. I'm not the best when it comes to small talk, especially with girls. Don't worry about it, Izuku. She reassured him. How about we distract ourselves with some ice cream? Yeah, sounds good. After exiting out of the arcade, the two grabbed some ice cream at the nearby store, with Izuku grabbing a chocolate-flavored scoop on a cone, while Melissa grabs a couple scoops of vanilla with strawberry topping in a cup. So, how did I go? On the test. You know, the whole reason why we came here. Oh right, the test. Well, based on how well you performed, I'd say you got a B. A. B. I guess the beginning part is where I went wrong. Well, you lost a couple of points mostly because of your muttering and your shyness, but considering it was your first time on a date, I won't hold it over you. For now, you should feel proud of yourself. You successfully took a girl out on a first date. Izuku didn't answer for a slight moment, before becoming happy with the situation. Yeah, hey yeah I did. He was feeling a slight sense of confidence in himself as a result of this experience. He had always thought that he was never going to do something like this in his entire life. Even though this was a practice date, he finally got to experience something most people got to do, go on a date with someone. After finishing their ice cream, the two once more boarded the bus, with the intent on heading back to the apartment so they may relax. Izuku was especially tired, as he began to feel a sudden heaviness in his eyes, before falling to sleep in exhaustion. This left Melissa with the responsibility of helping Izuku up the stairs, and into the apartment. She carried him the best she could into his room, accidentally hitting his head into the wall next to his bedroom door. But as she was helping him to his bed, she stared at the boy's sleeping face for a few seconds, before heading over to the bedroom door. "Good night, Izuku," she whispered with a smile. She left the boy's room, heading back to her own room, before going to bed. But while the two slept without a worry in the world, a malevolent force was brewing in the dark underbelly of society. At an unknown place, one much like the warehouse Izuku entered before, the mysterious man that had attacked Izuku stares into a glass container, with what appears to be a small batch of cells growing inside of it. However, while he was admiring the collection of cells, Muscular walks in to interrupt the moment. "Sir, all of the Nomu have been collected, and are now continuing to grow as scheduled." "Excellent, but I'm afraid there's been some complications." "Oh, one of the Nomus we collected lost the slime creature you implanted on it. We tried looking for it back at the warehouse, but I believe our uninvited guests accidentally took the damn thing with them." "I see. Shall we go look for them?" "That won't be necessary," the man spoke. "The original specimen of these creatures is still alive. So long as his sludge quirk is still active, we won't have to worry about one going missing. Still, if you do see either one of those two, do be a lamb and eliminate them." "Understood," Muscular answered. "By the way, what's the thing you've got growing in the tank?" "Nothing for you to be concerned about, Muscular. Just continue doing what you and your men do best, and serve me without any issue. Once my goal has been realized, you all will live like kings. Now go." After bowing his head, Muscular left the man alone, all while he continued to stare at the clump of cells. "Once my new vessel has been finished, I will soon continue where I left off. For now, let us stick to the shadows and continue our work. We'll make the new symbol of peace suffer for thwarting my plans all those years ago." The Mon's hand started twitching slightly, with it attempting to choke the man, almost as if his body was going against him. But the man quickly overpowered the hand's feeble attempts, causing him to laugh slightly. "No matter how many times you try, you will never stop me from using your body as I see fit. Just cooperate with me, and I will return your body to you in no time. Okay, my son." Days had passed since Izuku's practice date fiasco with Melissa, and right now he was feeling motivated to go to work. Despite the awkwardness after the fact, given how strange the idea of a practice date was, nothing changed between the two. They simply continued their routine, and lived as roommates. But this wasn't the time to think about that. Izuku had to get to work, as he took way too much time off in his opinion. After getting to the office, Izuku placed his stuff on his desk before heading over to Mikumo's office. But as he walked in, he noticed several different things have changed about the office compared to a few days ago. Several newspaper clippings were on the wall, and a couple of pictures placed on a whiteboard at the back of the room, all while the man himself was working on the machine, trying to implement a reverse function to ensure Izuku's spider-like mutation could be reversed.
Mikumo," Izuku said blankly.
"Ah, Yagi. You're here.
"Good. I have some news about our little run-in with that yet-to-be-named supervillain a few days ago."
"Hold on, you did all of this in 3 days?
"Well, if you want to get technical, I pulled an all-nighter on the first day, continued to add a reverse function on the machine, and well, I sort of lost track of time."
"Wait. So you haven't been to sleep since that warehouse encounter? You're the one that told me to rest. Why didn't you heed your own advice? We can worry about that later. Right now, you need to hear me out. Seeing no reason to argue with his boss, Izuku chose to grab a chair and sit down to hear Makumo's statement. Okay. Back in the warehouse, you discovered that someone had been creating nomus, but before you could figure out anything, that strange man you fought found you and kicked your ass. Okay. But where are you going with T? Let me finish. Now, based on the public information I have found online, there were only 2 people that had the capability to create the nomu, those being a man named Dr. Kyudai Garaki, and the villain known as All for One. But here's the thing. All for One died during the fight against the heroes a few years ago, and Dr. Garaki died a year after him. What's your point? Izuku asked him. I'm saying unless the authorities missed something, it's highly possible that the League of Villains still has someone continuing their plans. Izuku took in this information, feeling a slight shiver in his heart. He had heard about the events going on regarding the League of Villains, specifically of its leader, Tamura Shigaraki. Why it was that he chose to read about his story in high school, even he did not know. But something about it genuinely made him curious. Makumo. While it is possible that there may be an associate out there creating nomus, I find it highly improbable. Firstly, like those 2, some of the League members have died either because of the war, injuries that they sustained as a result of said war, or by execution. Secondly, the only people who were members of League were only a part of the League for a short time. They wouldn't even have any information on the nomus. We do have one option, Makumo mentions. Huh? There was one surviving member that you didn't take into account of. Shuichi Iguchi. The lizard guy? The lizard guy. Makumo confirms. Hold on, you want me to interrogate this villain about any members that may be on the loose? That's correct. Silence fills the room for a few short seconds before Izuku, uncharacteristically, began to chuckle. Okay. I must admit, out of every idea you have, this has got to be your worst one yet. You realize that this guy you want me to interrogate is held within Tartarus, right? That place has tripled in security ever since the catastrophe All for One caused. There's no way anyone could even get in. That is true. But luckily for us, we are the exception. Huh. See, the only reason Tartarus is hard to break out or into, is because they are only prepared to deal with obvious threats. But we don't need to something drastic like that. We just need to enter as a visitor. You'll pretend to be a journalist, and say you're there to interview Iguchi about his comic. Once we meet him in a private area, you'll ask him the necessary questions, get out, and boom. We'll know who is responsible for the creation of those nomus. Huh? You want me to go into Tartarus, pretend to be a journalist, and interrogate a known criminal? That's right. Okay, well, for one, I don't even work at a news agency, and the visitors' rooms are monitored. If the guards heard about me talking about the nomus, they would get suspicious and probably arrest me. That is a good point. Makumo commented. Then I guess we'll just have to adapt. Huh? Oh, and about that concern about not working for a news agency, you don't need to work at a news agency, not when there is such things as online journalists. Izuku's eyes lit up in worry, as moments later, he was being outfitted in a disguise befitting that of an internet journalist. After a couple of hours, Izuku is seen on a visitor's bus, heading over to the check-in station at the bridge. The outfit Izuku was currently wearing was reminiscent of a comic book reporter that Makumo had apparently read about during his free time. Though, Izuku didn't exactly appreciate this. Do I seriously have to wear this? Izuku whispered into his communicator. Well, it's not like you can wear your suit and walk in there without any issue. You have to play the part. Besides, you have your suit underneath in case things go south. Now remember, you are an internet journalist named Kai Akiyama. You're the creator behind the internet journalism channel, Musutafu Media. You're here to interview Shuichi Iguchi, creator of the comic book about the villain known as Tamura Shigaraki. You understand? Yes, I get it. But why'd I have to wear this wig? Well, you didn't want me to dye your hair, so this was the next best thing. Just concentrate, okay? The guard, having checked the other passengers on the visitor's bus, approached Izuku with a stern look on his face. His hair was very unkempt in style, and was as purple as a grape. And you are? The guard said with a cold expression. Izuku gulped. Oh. Hey sir. I'm Kai Akiyama, I'm a journalist here to interview Mr. Iguchi for an informative video I'm creating for my audience. You're a journalist? The guard said with skepticism. Why, yep. He said nervously. Despite the skepticism from the guard, he couldn't care less to even continue looking at the man, before walking off the bus. All right. Send them in. The bus began to make its way across the bridge and over to the main facility, where after the standard procedure of a body search, the visitors began to make their way into private meeting rooms. Due to the crimes Iguchi had committed during his time in the League, the visitors' room in question was largely different from the ones above ground, and the interview with Iguchi was to be conducted at the lower levels of the prison, or more specifically, maximum security. Izuku sat at the table nervously, pretending to be writing notes on a notepad he brought with him. Good, you've made it past the body search. Now all we need is the answers from Iguchi. Then we can leave without any issue. Mikumo said to him through the communicator. Just keep calm, and try not to break character. After a few minutes of waiting, the door to the visitors' room opens and appearing before him is an unnamed police officer, and Shuichi Iguchi, who for the most part, looked as if he had aged poorly since he was initially admitted to Tartarus. His once pinkish-purple hair had begun turning into a dark gray color on the sides, and his once bright green scales have since darkened due to the passage of time. But regardless of these changes, this man was the one Izuku was looking for, and he was feeling quite nervous seeing him in person. Who is this? Iguchi asked the officer. This young man here wanted to interview you about your comic book, the officer explained. My comic book, huh? Now, Mr. Akiyama, due to prison policy, you'll only have 30 minutes to conduct your interview before we'll have to escort you out. Your conversation will be monitored during the duration of these 30 minutes to ensure your safety. You understand? Yes, sir. After leaving the two, Izuku tapped his pen nervously before speaking up. Hello, Mr. Iguchi. It's nice to meet you. Now, as the officer just explained, I'm here to ask you some questions regarding your comic book about the League of Villains. Now, I'll try to avoid any sensitive topics as best as I can, But before he could finish, Iguchi pulled out what looks to be a chessboard and had begun to lay it out on the table and sort out the pieces. Why have you got a chessboard out? It's how I pass the time these days. Because the prison staff doesn't allow us to have electronics, they only allow us to play board games. You play? I've played a couple of times, but is this even allowed? It's a harmless game of chess. What could I do with a chessboard that would be dangerous? I don't know. Stab me with one of the chess pieces? Hit me with the chessboard? The two sat silently, before continuing to place the pieces on the board. Fair enough. Now then, you'll be the white pieces, he says before coughing. You all right, sir? Yeah. This lingering cough is nothing. I must say, it's nice to have someone be concerned for someone like me after all this time, Iguchi said to him. I see. So then, let's get this interview over with. Okay. I won't take too much of your time, sir. The two began to play this strange game of chess, all while Izuku began to ask him questions about the comic book, to which Iguchi agreed to answer. Questions such as inspirations behind certain concepts found in the comic, as well as overall character design questions. But after a few moves, the two are left with only a few pieces. For Iguchi, he had 1 rook, 3 pawns, and his king, while Izuku had 4 pawns, a bishop, a rook, and his king. Well now, for someone who's only played a couple of times, you really put me in a bind here. I must have luck on my side, Izuku said nervously. We have about 10 minutes before you have to head out. Any more questions you have for me? He asked the young man. Izuku hesitated at first, worried that what he was about to say may end up creating suspicion amongst the guards watching him from the one-sided glass. But regardless, he began to ask his question. During your time in the League, or rather, when you were with the creator of the Nomus, Dr. Garaki, did you ever see someone with him? What do you mean by that? You're gonna have to be specific, Iguchi said, confused by the man's statement. Sorry, what I meant to say was, did he have an assistant? A student, disciple maybe, someone other than All for One who helped create the Nomus? Why do you ask such a question? Well, it's just, okay, to tell you the truth, I'm not actually an online journalist. I came here to ask you this because a few days ago, I encountered someone who has been creating Nomus, and I'm sure that if they release them, various lives are gonna be lost. I know you hold resentment to those who oppressed and despised heteromorphs. But their lives could also be lost if something isn't done about it. Please. I need your help. Aguchi thought about the young man's words, seeing the look in his eyes that showed genuine concern. It was true that he had held resentment for this society, but right now sitting in front of him was someone who needed his help. So he was going to try and help him as best he could. Dr. Garaki had no student help him create the Nomus. From what little I saw, only he and All for One were the ones to create the Nomus. Then did All for One have a? The only student All for One had was Tamura Shigaraki. But he is long gone, as you are aware. Then I guess there's no one connected to the league that could have been responsible. I'm sorry I wasted your time. But before he could get up from his chair, Aguchi raises his hand, stopping him from moving. There is one thing that could be what you're looking for. What is it? Tell me something. Have you ever heard of Vestige? No, I haven't. See? Every quirk that has ever existed contains an echo of its original wielder. If someone's quirk is taken away from them, a piece of them is taken away as well. If someone is given a quirk, the consciousness of the previous wielder will appear in the person's mind. Wait. How do you know this? Because when All for One gave me the quirks, body bulk, and scale mail, two vestiges manifested in my mind. I see. But what does this have to do with the person creating the Nomus? Izuku asked him. All for One was a man who wanted to live forever and achieve his dream to become a demon lord. But given the limitations of the quirk that kept him alive for so long, he made contingency plans should his original body die. Wait, hold on. You're not saying what I think you're saying, are you? I am. All for One had Dr. Garaki raise children as spare vessels in case something happened to Tamura. While none of the other spares received a copy of his quirk, there was one vessel he did give it to. Someone he believed would be a fine vessel in the event of his death. Izuku's eyes widened at the implication behind this statement, but as he replayed the statement in his mind, it all made too much sense. The black electricity, the flight, there was no other answer to it. All for One was still alive. Do you know who the spare vessel was? I'm afraid I don't know, but whoever his spare vessel is, I feel sorry for them. Izuku lowered his head slightly, before hearing Aguchi cough once more. If you're really going after All for One in his new vessel, you need to understand that such a monster cannot be defeated alone. You need allies strong enough to help you. Otherwise, if you fight that monster alone, you will die. But before he could finish, the door to the visitor's room suddenly opened, where an officer was standing completely in front of the doorway. Here to pick me up, I see. Well, thank you for the game and the interview, kid, but I have a cell to get back to. I terribly apologize, but I'm afraid you won't be going back to your cell. Huh? I'm not? I thought that was the case once this interview was over. I'm afraid you no longer have any use for the master, Spinner. Now what's this? Why are you referring me by my villain name? Though the warden told you to address me by my name, and that name is Shuichi Aigu. That's when the cop suddenly grabbed out his pistol and shot Aguchi in the head, causing him to fall to the ground. Izuku watched on in horror as he saw Aguchi lay dead on the floor. He began to breathe heavily as the cop that shot the criminal began to approach. You know, you really shouldn't have come here. The cop began to mutter. Had you simply just stopped going down the rabbit hole, this man would have been alive. But no, your curiosity got the better of you. I guess that's why the master wants you Yagi's dead. What? Izuku silently let out. I could kill you here and make my master's troubles lower. But he wants you alive, so that he can make the symbol of peace suffer. The cop's voice began to distort significantly, as gray liquid began to melt of their skin, revealing a feminine face underneath the disguise. Her hair was indigo in color, and her eyes were a shade of dark purple, something Izuku took note of as her eyes stared into his. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The cop wasn't a cop at all. It was someone else. Someone Izuku had never met before. But her face made it all the alarming for him. He had done some research on the name that the detective had mentioned, and made note of the face of the one named Lady Nagant. But seeing her face here and now, all Izuku could do was look in horror. How are you here? He yelled out. Who are you, and what are you doing here? My master has eyes and ears everywhere. No matter where you speak your plans, he will always know. But I've already completed my mission. There's no need for me to linger any longer. Let this be a lesson to you, Yagi. If you keep snooping around, more people will die because of you. Not just the strangers. Soon everyone you care about will suffer if you keep digging around. I hope this will be our final meeting." She pressed a couple of buttons on the armor she was wearing, before she suddenly turned invisible, leaving Izuku to frantically leave the room. But as he did so, several cops suddenly ran down the hallway, having been alerted by the sudden gunshot that echoed throughout the building. But what solidified their suspicions was the trickle of blood that was seeping out of the room. "We've got eyes on the shooter," one of the officers called out. "Wait, no, I didn't do it. It was, hand above your head," the same cop yelled out. "But I didn't do it. It was, I won't repeat myself, hands behind your head." Izuku was initially prepared to follow the officer's instructions, but a voice began to whisper in his mind. It wasn't Makumo's voice, in fact, it was a voice he hadn't heard of before. But at this moment in time, he felt like he had to trust. "Run," it said to him. Feeling compelled by the voice in his head, Izuku began to rush towards the officers, causing them to open fire on him. He began to effortlessly dodge the incoming bullets, while ripping off his disguise and placing his mask on his head. More officers began to try and apprehend the young man, using both firearms and their various quirks to try and overpower him. But he was far too nimble for them to hit. He had effortlessly dodged their attacks, and quickly webbed them to the wall before continuing his escape. As each of the building's locked-down doors began to close, Izuku pushed the limits of his body to try and increase his speed. He felt his leg muscles tearing themselves apart, but he had no choice. Right now, the adrenaline was coursing through his body, and he wasn't going to let himself be captured. After running through the halls of the prison and making his way through the elevator shaft that brought him down to maximum security, he made his way towards the exit, causing the guards outside to look on with flabbergasted expressions, before beginning to aim at him. This proved useless, however, as Izuku leapt into the air, and began to swing towards the bridge, avoiding the gunfire that was being shot at him. He crossed the bridge over to the other side, where he continued to flee, by swinging towards the city in front of him. While Izuku had successfully escaped from Tartarus, there was another problem he was going to face, as word amongst law enforcement quickly spread about the alleged murder, and the manhunt for the human spider, as some guards began to call him, had officially begun. Izuku continued to swing through the city to hopefully gain some distance from the authorities, but as he was doing so, his communicator began to slightly buzz. But what he was about to hear from it was not going to be pleasant. "Yagi. What the hell was that? Huh, Makumo? Why did you go and do something stupid like that?" "Makumo, there was nothing I could do, the cops were about to." "I'm not talking about escaping. I mean, why did you break away from the script? Have you forgotten that your conversation with him was being monitored?" No, I haven't forgotten. Then why did you compromise your position?" "Because I feel like I had to. I wasn't getting anything from the questions you wanted me to ask, so I took a risk." "That's all well and good, but there's also this thing called understanding your surroundings. Of all the places you could take a risk at, you chose a monitored prison." "You're right, I'm sorry. I was being reckless, but thankfully, we now have a lead on who it is we're dealing with." "Okay, that's all well and good, but right now, we need to focus on the current problem. The police think you killed Iguchi." "Yeah, I've been thinking about that. If Tartarus has video footage of everything going on in the prison 24/7, then the video footage should show that I wasn't the one that killed Iguchi. It would show that I'm not the one they should be going after. So then why are you swinging away? Just as a precaution." "Well, even then, just try and get back to the lab. We'll deal with the consequences of this later." "Okay, and again, I'm sorry for this trouble, Makumo. Don't worry, like I said, we'll deal with the consequences later. Let's just hope I have enough web cartridges for my web shooters," Izuku thought to himself. Izuku continued swinging away from the prison, not knowing of the unfortunate situation he was going to end up in. Back at Tartarus, several officers were conducting an investigation at the prison, after receiving a call about a murder that took place. Detective Tsukachi, who was leading the investigation, watched as the body of Shuichi Iguchi was being taken out of the prison, ready to be sent to conduct an autopsy. While the sight of many dead bodies during the course of his career wasn't easy for him to see, he pressed on, and made his way into Tartarus, hoping to figure out what exactly went down. "Okay, I'll see what went down here, police chief," he said on the phone. "Yes, sir." After hanging up the phone, Tsukachi walked over to the newly promoted detective Sanza Tamikawa, who had arrived at the scene a few minutes earlier than him. Okay, Sanza. What's the situation? One dead prisoner, several unconscious guards, and many more, webbed up. Did you say webbed up? As in spider webs? That's correct, sir. Based on the testimony of one of the guards at the bridge, Mr. Iguchi, our deceased was apparently being interviewed by one Kai Akiyama before the whole situation went down. Kai Akiyama? Apparently he said he was an online journalist looking to ask questions about Mr. Iguchi's comic book. How did he even get clearance? Even if he is a journalist, it would normally take weeks for even a professional to get clearance and a scheduled date. More details are still being collected about that, sir, but as it stands, we have no idea. I see. So what about evidence? Have the force found any? Tsukachi asked him. Aside from a few pieces of clothing and a wig found at the hallway, we have nothing. What? No video evidence? How is that possible? When some officers went down to the surveillance room, they discovered that the video footage of the visitor's room Mr. Iguchi was in had been deleted. Even the backups were gone. I see. But that doesn't explain something. What happened to the surveillance crew that were in the room at the time? It's better that you see for yourself. Tsukachi was curious as to what Sanza meant by this statement, pondering it in his mind while he approached the surveillance room, and found a group of officers being consulted by the prison's medical staff. Most of them suffered injuries due to a nasty fall. But other than that, Tsukachi was confused. What happened here? Tsukachi asked the nurse in front of him. They got their asses handed to them, that's what, the nurse responded. Despite the rather vulgar language coming from the nurse, Tsukachi understood what she meant the moment she spoke her words. How badly were they hurt? He asked her. Not too much. While some are bleeding, it was based on where they fell. Everyone but one was knocked out when we arrived. Everyone but one? The prison nurse pointed over to a man sitting on a chair, who based on appearance, was shivering in fear. This one was awake when we found him, but he's been like that for a while. It'll be a bit hard to get any answers out of him, but he's the only witness you got. At least until the others wake up. Tsukachi didn't know what to make of things. First a murder, then this. It was all too strange. Even with all of the things he has experienced, it was all too weird for his liking. Regardless, he had a job to do. After the prison nurse began to tend to the other knocked out guards, Tsukachi approached the man with a notepad in hand. Hello sir, I'm Detective Tsukachi. I was hoping to ask you a few questions regarding this event that took place, he said to the officer. Okay, I'll try my best to answer. Okay, first, how was it that the video footage was deleted? Do you have any idea how this was possible? The officer slightly began to shiver when asked the question, but he chose to soldier on. I do, sir. I was the one to delete it, Tsukachi continued. Why did you delete the video footage? I'm sorry. I didn't want to delete the footage, but I couldn't control my body. What do you mean, couldn't control your own body? He asked him. Well, when that Kai Akiyama guy was in the room with Iguchi, the surveillance team was doing their job as instructed by the warden. But then, something happened. Someone attacked us. They knocked out the other guards, but when they got to me, I felt my mind suddenly go blank. Blank? Why yes. My mind only went blank as soon as they touched my head. After that, Wait, his mind went blank when the intruder touched his head? Tsukachi thought to himself. Next thing I know, I wake up, and apparently, that Iguchi guy has died, all while the prison guards were screaming their minds off. I see. Do you recall who it was that attacked you? I didn't get a good look of their face, but I know one thing about them that I will forever remember. The person that ambushed us was wearing a prison officer's uniform. This detail struck a chord in Tsukachi's mind. An officer's uniform? Does that mean someone inside the prison assisted in Iguchi's murder? But why would someone working in Tartarus do something like this? Tell us, what time did this happen? Sanza asked him. Well, I don't recall what time the attack took place, but based on what I was hearing from the audio, it looked like the interview was about 6 questions in. I'm sorry for not being any more help. I see, thank you. The two detectives soon left the surveillance room and quickly made their way through the halls, where they saw the other guards desperately try to pull the other officers out of the webbing. Whoever this guy is, they really did create a mess here. Sansa commented. These webs certainly are stretchy. And durable too. As Sansa was pulling at the webs on the wall, Sukachi was thinking to himself about the circumstances behind this event. It all wasn't adding up. A rogue prison cop deleting video footage, and an online journalist he didn't know about killing a high-priority villain. Were they working together? Was this all just some misunderstanding? He had to know what was going on, and to do that, he had to get this Kai Akiyama, and get his side of the story. Detective Sansa. Sukachi uttered. Why yes sir? I need you to get Yagi on the line for me. Yes sir. Following the detective's orders, Sansa sent out a call to Izumi, who was currently chilling at home with Todoroki, all while they were watching a new show Mina had told them about. While the show about the alien born on Earth superhero was rather gory, it was animated well despite some shortcomings, and some characters they found rather annoying. But this moment between them didn't last long, as Yagi's phone began to ring. Hello? She answered. Hello Yagi. This is Detective Sansa speaking. Detective Sukachi wanted me to call you so you can speak to him. I'm passing the phone now. After passing the phone to the aged detective, Izumi began to get worried. Hey Sukachi. What's up, Yagi? I know this is your time off and all, but we need your help. We're enforcing a manhunt, and we need you and your friends to help cover ground. Hold on, a manhunt? Why's that? Aguchi's been killed, he told her bluntly. This information shocked Izumi. Despite having not interacted with Aguchi and all the crimes he has committed, she knew the villain was just an unfortunate victim of the old society they once lived in. So to hear the news of his death really made Izumi slightly falter. What? Aguchi's dead? How is that possible? I'll explain the details later. Right now, I need you to call as many of your friends that are available. We need you guys to look for one Kai Akiyama. He was there when Aguchi was killed, and may possibly be in connection with the person responsible, or is responsible for killing him. Either way, we need him for questioning. All right, I'll try to get as many as possible, she said, hanging up the call. What's wrong, Izumi? Todoroki, get your costume on. We're going out on patrol. An hour passed after Izumi received the call from Sukachi, and we see Izuku landing on the top of a tall building, currently checking the web cartridges in his web shooters, only to see that they were low on web fluid. Damn it. I only have 2 cartridges left. I'm gonna have to run it on foot once these run out. Luckily for me, I'm only a short distance away from the lab. Once I get there, I should be in the clear, he thought to himself. Once he placed the cartridges inside the web shooters, he continued to swing through the city, attempting to avoid any streets where police cars were present. He continued to do this for about 20 minutes, only gaining a small amount of distance at a time. But while he was swinging to his destination, something was zooming towards him at super fast speeds. He couldn't really make out what it was, but he only saw the shape of this thing zooming towards him was. I as the Asan Ba. When to object in question made contact with his chest, he suddenly felt himself tearing apart, before hitting the wall of a tall building nearby. While not creating a large hole where his respiratory system would be, he did believe that some internal bleeding would soon follow up as a result of this attack. Ow. My vital organs. He weakly let out. Over to where the cannonball was fired, we see Momo, or rather, the everything hero. Krieta, standing tall with a pair of binoculars, all while standing next to a large cannon she created moments ago. This Krieta reporting. I have eyes on the target, she says through her communicator. I'm currently positioned at the south end of Esuha City. Roger that. Some other heroes responded. Izuku began to panic upon recovering from the sudden attack shot towards him. He knew of the capabilities behind Yaoyorozu's creation quirk given how much coverage it was given on TV during the war years back. But something he was more afraid of was the other heroes that were potentially going to be involved. If Krieta of all people were here, that would mean she would soon arrive as well. Damn it. Not now. Not while I'm so close. He got himself off of the wall and began to try and swing away from sight. But not before having to dodge more large sandbags being shot towards him. But coming out of nowhere, many purple balls began to be chucked towards him, sticking to him's arms, unable to be removed. What the hell? He said out loud. After crashing down to the ground, footsteps began to approach him, as the heroes Grape Juice and Pinky make their appearances known. Nice work, Mineta. Mina commented. What can I say? No matter how dumb, Grape Rush sounds, it's always effective. A 5'8" Mineta comments back. Great. Just my luck. Izuku thought to himself. I've got the guy that throws sticky balls and the one that can secrete acid. Definitely a terrible matchup for me. No matter. I'm not letting anyone capture me. He slashes up the purple ball on his arm with his talons and proceeds to charge towards them, seeing no choice but to fight against them. While doing so, Mineta began to throw his balls all over the place, while Mina did the same with her acid. Acid shot. She screamed out. Izuku dodged the incoming acid attacks, while Mineta, after throwing his sticky balls all over the place, attempted to fight Izuku in one-on-one combat. Surrender at once, you fiend. By order of Detective Tsukachi and the police force, you must stop resisting arrest. As if I would take orders from someone like you. Huh? Izuku punches him away, while Mina, seeing the balls all in their positions, gets ready in a specific stance. Mineta, time for the combo. Mina yells out, right. He runs towards Mina, before being grabbed, and suddenly being tossed towards one of the balls on the wall. Grape Pinky combo Mineta bounce, they scream out. Mineta suddenly began to bounce all over the alleyway, landing a couple of hits on Izuku, while Mina gets ready to rain down another hailstorm of acid bullets. So this is their game. They're trying to overwhelm me. Well, how about I show them just how outclassed they are? Using this as a perfect opportunity, he began to suddenly move in a way he never pictured himself doing. It was almost as if he was break dancing. This took Mina by surprise, realizing that the moves he was using were effective at minimizing any damage Mineta would have inflicted. However, her worries soon went away when Momo suddenly arrived. Oh hell yeah, y'all, Momo's here, excellent work distracting him, you guys. After Mina and Mineta's combo move ends with minimal results, Izuku stops his breakdancing and sees the situation only get worse with the sudden appearance of Momo. Crap. Kai Akiyama, if that is your name, I'm giving you the opportunity to surrender and come with us. Otherwise, by the powers invested in us, we will have to take you down with any force necessary. As if I would willingly come with you, Izuku responded. Very well. Then you leave us with no choice. She began to create a metal staff in her hand, while Mina and Mineta rushed towards him, intending to use the acid and sticky balls to both trap and leave him open to attack. But Izuku only scoffed at such a tactic. As much as I appreciate the fact that 3 of you are trying to take me down, I'm afraid even in your adult years, you have way too much to learn. He webs up some of the sticky balls, yanking them towards him, before dodging away from them and having them hit Momo instead. After this, when Mina and Mineta got close to him, he once again began to use break dance moves to suddenly kick the 2 heroes, resulting in them spinning around. Whoa! Holy crap! Mineta yelled out. The 2 ended up falling to the ground, too dizzy from the spinning to get up, all while Momo desperately tried to remove the sticky balls from her arms. However, this action would prove futile, as Izuku ended up hitting her in the solar plexus with a devastating gut punch, causing her to fall to the ground. I'm sorry, but I have something important to do. Once I'm done with what I need to do, you won't ever have to deal with me again. As he was about to swing away from the scene of the fight, he suddenly felt his back aching with pain. But it wasn't any type of pain resulting from strain or injury, instead, it was the result of him being dealt with a nasty kick to his lower spine. The one responsible for this. It was Izumi, who arrived at the scene due to her immense speed. The force of the kick sent Izuku flying into a nearby building, resulting in a large hole being created at the side. Upon removing the rubble from his upper torso, he felt himself be unable to move his lower half. No matter how hard he tried to move, his legs would not respond, almost as if he was paralyzed. No. No, come on. Move, damn it. He yelled out. I need to get out of here, please legs, get moving, please. Through this struggle and yelling, he slowly began to feel the sensation in his legs return, finally getting up from the ground as he heard the sounds of footsteps approach. Hearing this, he leapt up to the ceiling, sticking himself to it before beginning to find a good position to ambush this incoming adversary. Kai Akiyama. This is Green Empress, she said while approaching. I've been given orders by the police force to bring you in for questioning regarding the death of one Shuichi Iguchi. If you're trying to get a confession out of me, then here's my confession. I did not kill him. You have the footage, don't you? You should know it wasn't me, Izuku yelled back. There was no footage. Any footage recording anything from your visitor's room was deleted. What? Izuku thought to himself. No one is saying that you were the one responsible for his death. But we need you to come with us if you want help to clear your name. Izuku contemplated this thought for a moment, but ultimately, he did not know whether such a thing was a trap or not. Not wanting to take this risk, he refused. Sorry, princess, but I'm afraid I can't do that. I've got something important to do, something that can't allow me to be held in custody by the police force. So for now, just be a good little hero, and take a nap. Grabbing hold of the web in his hand, he began to swing towards Izumi, hitting her in the jaw with a clean kick, before using the last of his web fluid to keep her in place. Just stay there for a bit. Your friends can get you out when I'm long gone. He began to walk out towards the building's exit, hoping that this was the last bit of fighting he had to do all day. But to his surprise, he began to hear the sounds of tearing and groaning, before he turned around, and saw Izumi, standing up on her feet, with no injury whatsoever. Izuku stood completely still, as his sister stood in front of him, completely unfazed by his attempted incapacitation of her. Despite his hesitation to face her in combat, he knew he couldn't just run away. Eventually, she would just catch up to him, and that was something he couldn't allow. He had to fight her here, and try to win. Face it, Webhead. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Based on what I've seen, I'm way stronger than you. Just give up, and I'll ensure the police treat you well. But you have to cooperate with me. If someone really did frame you, then you need to come quiet. Maybe you are stronger than me. Maybe there is nothing I can do to stop you. But that doesn't matter to me. He told her, all I've done is run away from those stronger than me. Run away from those who saw me as lesser. Well, it's about time I stop running. Especially from someone like you. Izumi felt a bit of hatred in the young man's voice, despite not knowing who he was. Regardless, she had a job to do, and that was to knock this guy out to avoid any more trouble. She cocked her fist back, ready to begin with a less than 20% Detroit smash, while Izuku readied himself in his own fighting stance. After doing so, the two stared down at each other for what seemed like hours, but was realistically only a couple of minutes, waiting for the other to make the first move. Izuku's heart pounded in anticipation of the fight, thinking this was all some nonsensical dream that his mind concocted due to the adrenaline, but this was real. He really was facing off against his sister. But he didn't care. He was going to win. He was going to avoid capture, even if he was beaten and bloodied. He began to charge towards her, attempting to strike her with a left hook, all while narrowly avoiding her Detroit smash. Thanks to this, it gave him the opening to begin a critical punching barrage to her face. But with her speed, she was able to effortlessly avoid. Izuku's face contorted in annoyance that he could not hit her, which is why he decided to change up his strategy and go all out. With a powerful punch, he hit her in the solar plexus, causing her to slightly lose balance before he followed up with a nasty roundhouse kick to her neck. She crashed into the nearby wall, where Izuku proceeded to punch her in the solar plexus once more, before turning his attention to the next step in his plan. Overwhelming her. Using whatever moves were at his disposal, he began to purely make a full frontal assault, punching her in the jaw, smacking her ears, kicking her gut, and even going as far as to punch her shoulder blades and nose. His heart was beating faster and faster. It was almost as if he was in a dream his mind concocted, reliving the tortuous moments in his childhood, where instead of cowering in fear, he fought back, made his first steps of defiance to this stubborn reality. He screamed out, delivering one final punch to Izumi's chest, with a severe crack echoing throughout the building, signifying that he had done significant damage to her. But Izumi, in a fit of rage, continued to fight back, resulting in a devastating attack that would affect Izuku for the rest of his life. Cocking her fist back, and her pupils disappearing, she unleashed her attack, disregarding any sort of measure to hold back her power, as a result of the loss of rationality. Detroit smash, she cried out. She unleashed the attack on Izuku's near-broken body. Despite his body being altered to reach its peak, even the full power of One for All was too much for him to bear, with the result of the attack being that her fist entered deeply into his chest, popping out of the other end. Silence filled the room for a momentary amount of time, with Izumi breathing heavily in rage,
while Izuku began to cough up blood mixed with saliva. Izumi, having finally regained her composure, looked down where her arm was, and gasped in shock at what she was currently doing. And no, I didn't mean to. She pulled her fist out of the young man's chest, causing him to fall to the ground, while her was soaked in his blood. Izuku laid defeated on the ground, blood seeping out the hole in his chest, while Izumi stared in horror at what she had done. It was true that she had lost control of her powers in certain moments, but never to this extreme. She hyperventilated in horror, as she hurriedly grabbed her communicator and called emergency units. Send an ambulance to my location right now. The target is in critical condition. I repeat, target is in critical condition. But while she began to sob in the background, something began to seep out. Not blood, but something similar to it. It moved in a way that made it seem like it was alive. A sludgy creature that began to exit out of his body, before leaping onto Izumi, causing her to yell out in terror. The creature itself did not harm the girl, merely wrapping itself around her and coating her body completely, before removing itself from her and leaping over to the fallen Izuku. She froze. What the hell is that? Too frightened to even act upon discovering this creature, she began to hear a familiar voice. One she thought she would never hear again. It was the voice of the first. Yoichi Shigaraki. 9th. Do you hear me? 1st. What's going on? What is that thing? 9th. Listen to me. You have to run away from that thing before it awakens. When it latched onto you, it did something. Something I and the other users never thought was possible. 9th. Once it awakens, it's going to make this spider guy a whole lot more powerful than he was before. What did it do? She asked in a demanding tone. It duplicated some of your powers. What? It duplicated some of the powers contained in the core of One for All. And now, it's going to make him stronger. The black sludgy creature completely engulfed Izuku's soon-to-be corpse, using its unique properties to regenerate the damaged tissue and heal him completely. Only a few moments later would a drastic change take place. Izuku woke up. Must protect host. A voice said aloud. Moments elsewhere, we see Todoroki running through the streets, attempting to reach the location that was dispatched by Yaoyorozu via his communicator. But upon reaching the area, his worry and anger began to spike up, as he saw Mineta, Mina, and Yaoyorozu out cold. Damn it, I got here too late. He soon heard the sounds of panicking further up at the building in front of him, causing his worry to skyrocket. Izumi, he cried out. He rushed towards the building, and over to the battlefield where he saw Izumi, her uniform slightly torn due to battle damage. Izumi, are you okay? Shish Shoto. Izumi, what's going on? Why did you scream eerily? When he turned his head slightly, he noticed a pile of black goo wrapping itself around the body on the ground matching the description of the suspect, Kai Akiyama. He couldn't help but almost vomit at the sight of it, worried that the culmination of everything he had last night and this morning would only churn out. Izumi, what is that thing? I don't know, Shoto. But right now, we have to run, grab Mina, Mineta and Yaoyorozu before warning everyone not to come here. But why? That thing copied my powers. What? Yeah, and whatever it plans on doing, it's going to cause more trouble. We have to go now. But wait, I have an idea. You go get them out of here, I'll make sure to keep this guy contained in my ice. Okay, I'll tell you when I get those three out of here, she yelled. She zipped out of the room, while Todoroki, who at this point was beginning to have ice generate from his body, began to encase the black goo in a large and thick crystal of concentrated ice, stopping it from moving. Okay, that should keep you here while the authorities come, he said while grabbing his phone. But before he could tell anyone about his capture of Kai, the sounds of cracking echoed in the room, scaring Todoroki slightly, before feeling a powerful punch hit him in the stomach. What the hell was that? That force. It was the same as All Might's, possibly even stronger. He thought to himself. The creature began to stand up, molding the body into a more humanoid form. But one of its arms, though it looked human, the broke state of it as a result of the punch was anything but. Its form was in a zigzag, with bones sticking out of it, and blood gushing out, before it began to forcefully heal itself, bringing the arm back to normal. Shoto froze for a second. What the? The slime creature just healed his arm back to normal. But why would he even willingly allow his arm to break by using that punch? Is he insane? There were no words coming from the mon's mouth. Only the growls from the creature that was currently both healing him and controlling his body. It let out a mighty roar, as its body began to glow and emanate the copied power of One for All. Must protect host. The creature attempted to say. What? Todoroki muttered in confusion. You can speak. And what do you mean by protect? Keeping host safe. It said in broken Japanese. Keeping host away from Monster Woman. Monster Woman, his tormentor, his nightmare, the one who hurt him so much, the one who took away his dream, the one who cursed him with the name Deku. Todoroki grew only more confused by this sudden statement from the slime-like monster. Deku, what are you talking about? Why did you call Izumi a monster woman? What reason would she have to call you that? You can trust me. The monster crouched. Leave us alone. Monster Woman tried to kill host. The monster kept on wriggling and changing shape, until the symbol of a large spider appeared on its chest, and it leapt onto the rooftop of the building, with Todoroki following in its pursuit. Please, give us a chance. I said, leave us alone. The creature began to rush towards him, breaking its leg with little effort before regenerating it back to its previous state. It began to attack Shoto with a sort of savagery that was expected from a wild animal. Each strike that landed on Shoto left a noticeable bruise behind, but the real damage that was being sustained were the injuries that Izuku had while accidentally using the copied quirk the black creature took from Izumi. Shoto didn't want to hurt this man, but he had no choice in the matter. This thing had the power of One for All. If something like that were to escape now, there's no telling what could happen. He began to activate his fire, ready to push back the beast or incinerate it off of Izuku, but the creature instinctively ran away from the flames, as if it knew it couldn't handle it. Its middle finger began to glow brightly, before unleashing a powerful shockwave at the young man, causing him to be pushed off the rooftop. Leave us alone, the creature shouted. Just as it attempted to flee, Izumi, who had returned from getting Mineta and Momo away to safety, began to use Black Whip to wrap around the creature's waist and arms. Got you now, whatever your name is. Just give up already. The creature shook violently, as it bent and twisted its arm in unnatural ways, before grabbing the whip around itself. Smash, monster lady, it screamed out. Having grabbed hold of the Black Whip, he began to spin violently, using any amount of strength to smash her to the ground and stop her from pursuing him. The creature attempted to leap away, mimicking the actions of its host and the power that it copied from Izumi, and began to use Black Whip in a similar fashion to the web shooters. Hey, get back here, Izumi yelled out. Izumi, wait, Shoto cried out, while lifting himself up with a pillar of ice. Shoto, are you okay? I'm fine, I'll come with you. Not now, Shoto, you'll only slow me down, she said while leaping into the air. Izumi, the hero chased Izuku throughout the city, attempting to grab him with Black Whip. But the creature's agility made it quite hard for her to do so. Just stay still already, she said out loud. Never. The two would continue to clash throughout the city, smashing into several brick walls and causing massing craters of destruction whenever they were on the streets. Izumi yelled out, "Stand down, you fiend. Why should we? The only fiend we see here is you," the creature said while kicking her. He reversed the damage and charged towards her, hitting her with a flurry of combos. Combos that, while not as powerful, still caused some internal damage to the boy's arms. Smash, monster lady, smash the tormentor, rip her to shreds, the creature yelled out. Izumi tried her best to block the strikes, but due to the uncontrolled power the creature was using, she had no means of counter-attacking. Okay, sludge guy, you wanna rip me to shreds? Fine, but let's see if you can handle a One for All 1,000,000%. The energy of One for All began to accumulate, with the creature slightly stopping its attack, before slowly stepping back. 1,000,000%. Delaware. Detroit smash. After throwing the punch at the creature, the powerful shockwave sent it flying, crashing through a building window and over at the other side, before landing outside. Izumi tried to use this opportunity to quickly capture the creature, but despite her speed, the creature quickly escaped via a manhole cover and began to traverse the sewers below. Must protect host, a voice said in between breaths. Back on the surface, Izumi cursed under her breath, while the office workers inside the building evacuated in panic. The air breezed past her hair, while more and more frustration is building up inside her. But that is when Shoto calls her on his phone. "What is it, Shoto?" she says to him. "Did you catch him?" "No. He escaped." "Okay, Izumi, I don't know what this guy's problem is with you, but it mentioned you when I was fighting him. That creature wrapped around him said something about you calling him Deku." "What's that about?" Izumi's eyes widened at this statement. Despite having told Shoto of what she had done to Izuku, she never mentioned anything about the names she called him. So this mention of Deku made her confused and curious about something. How did the creature know of that name? Or rather, was this person claiming to be Kai Akiyama actually someone that knew of her brother? "Izuku," she muttered. She stood over the top of the area, completely unable to do anything, while the sounds of sirens echoed in the distance. Many hours would pass after that event, and we see the creature controlling Izuku's body climb up the side of the apartment block he was living at and proceeded to enter through the window where the kitchen was. Using Izuku's memory, it began to walk over to his bedroom, slowly receding into his body, before he fell onto his bed. However, due to the creature healing the severe wound in his chest, Izuku quickly woke up from his slumber, and gasped for air. Where am I?" he said while looking around. To say he was shocked by the sudden arrival at his apartment was an understatement, much more at the fact that he was still alive after the mortal wound he received. He quickly lifted up his shirt to reveal no scar. In fact, he felt his heart beating, something he thought was destroyed as a result of Izumi's attack. However, something caught his attention when he put down his shirt. Its color. Was I always wearing a black shirt? He asked himself. Anyway, aside from the strangeness of the situation, how did I even get here? After observing the rest of his body for any other issues that weren't present, he tried to find his communicator, only to find it missing, likely having been destroyed during the fight. Crap, Mikumo's probably worried sick of me. But without that communicator, I can't even tell him I'm okay. I should probably head over to the lab and let him know that everything is fine. But still, something is definitely wrong. My mind is all foggy, and I know I was asleep, and yet my body feels tired. And my heart, it's almost like it's gotten better. Better than even after the experiment. He began to caress his chest, feeling the beating of his heart, before lying on his bed. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Maybe I should go to sleep. He began to drift off to a voluntary period of slumber, his mind still boggling with the ever-concerning circumstances of the situation. That was when he began to hear a voice he had heard before, but never paid any attention to, as he naturally assumed that it was his inner voice guiding him. But the voice became louder, and more defined, until he could hear it clearly through his slumber. "Hello." Izuku woke up in a panic, looking around the room for any sign of another person, while keeping his guard up. "Hello. Is someone there? You can come out. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to know why you're here." He crept around his room, looking through every inch until he went into his bathroom, and passed by the mirror, where he saw himself. But in a different version of his costume. All black, with some white, and an overall difference in demeanor. "What the? Do not be afraid," the creature suddenly spoke. Whoa, what the?" Izuku said aloud. He panicked slightly, before regaining his composure, and approaches the mirror. What are you? Who are you?" I do not know," the creature spoke. "All I saw was fluid. All I was a life form I was forced to cling onto. However, when the tank I was in broke, I found another host to occupy. One his mind was not blank, one who was not controlled by another. But someone who was a kindred spirit. Me, yes, indeed it was you, Izuku. How do you know my name?" "Oh, trust me, since I've been attached to you for quite a while, I've grown to learn everything about you, even things you didn't know about yourself. But I'm not here to haunt you for the rest of your life. I've come to be an extension of your will. After all, I was the one that saved you from that green devil that hurt you. My will, yes, the creature said while dragging the word out. You wish for justice. You wish to avenge the one who robbed you of your mother. The only one in your past who has ever loved you. But, even with the help of that Mikumo guy of yours, he can only do so much. It's only a matter of time before he slows you down, or worse, gets himself killed. Izuku hesitated to speak, but listened as the creature spoke. I know that might be the case, but I still have faith that nothing bad will happen to him. I see, the creature responded. But, that leaves only one question. Why help me? Because, you are my host. Whatever your wish is, I will serve you. Because that is what I wish to do. To serve justice to those who wrong you, to us. So, what do you say, partner? As Izuku continued to stare at the creature, he contemplated the points that it brought up. If this thing truly was the one that saved him from the chase. If this thing truly wanted to be an extension of his will. Okay, I'll accept you, and allow you to inhabit my body. But tell me, what should I call you? I can't exactly just say, go forth my slimy friend, forever. You bring up a good point. Let us come up with a few ideas while you go over to that Mikumo guy's place. It said in excitement. Wait, how did you? Because, my new friend. I looked through your thoughts. Oh, right, I'm guessing that's how you knew of my desires. Precisely. Okay, let's make it a rule where we don't invade our minds and look through our thoughts without permission. Very well. Izuku left the bathroom, quickly returning to his bed, and hoping to get some much-needed rest after the events that transpired before him. After getting much-needed rest, Izuku and his new symbiotic companion got ready to go to work, and meet with Mikumo to not only understand how it was that the creature was created, but its overall purpose. But as they were leaving, Melissa, who was just waking up, exited her room. Oh, good morning, Melissa. Izuku said to her. How was your sleep? She began to yawn. Yeah, it was all right. But I never knew you were home. Oh, sorry about that. I guess I forgot to say I'm home after I got back from work. No, it's okay. Work can do that to someone, she said while approaching the couch. As she grabbed the remote, the creature noticed Izuku's heartbeat increasing slightly, and chose to speak out of concern. Tell me, has that woman afflicted you with some sort of illness? What? No, Izuku whispered. Interesting, because your body temperature increased as soon as that woman appeared. That's just what happens when guys and girls interact. Ah, I see. You perhaps wish to be one with her, the same way I am with you. No, what kind of statement is that? Melissa heard this and turned her head. Did you say something? Oh, no. Sorry, I was just making random noises. Oh, okay. She scrolled through the TV channels once more. Izuku went into the bathroom real quick to wash his face, while the creature began to speak again. So why is it that your body temperature increases around her? It can't just be because that's how human males and females interact. Izuku thought on this, before giving a more informative answer. Well, if I were to give a proper answer, I guess, it's because she is someone I feel good around. Feel good around? Yeah, like, whenever I'm around her, I guess, a part of me feels like I'm approaching Cloud 9. Cloud 9, but there are many clouds. How can you tell which cloud is Cloud 9? No, Cloud 9 is just an expression for reaching a state of perfect happiness. Ah, I see. I guess, in a way, I feel like I can tell her my problems and feel safe. Plus, when we went on that practice date, it was nice being around her. So, she is what you would call a loved one. Yeah, something like that. Then, why not go on this thing you call a date with her again? Don't be ridiculous. That date was a one-time thing. Besides, a pretty girl like Melissa certainly has many guys wanting to go out with her. Then why not ask her? I mean, sure I could. But that would be selfish of me to do. Then why not find out? The creature whispered. As the creature retreated into his body, Izuku dried up his face, and exited the bathroom. Upon doing so, he saw the news playing on the TV, where it displayed the events of Shuichi Iguchi's death, and the failed capture of one, Kai Akiyama, who police were looking for to question. I can't believe that one of the former League of Villains members died in prison. Melissa said with sadness. Yeah, it's tragic, Izuku said with a sorrowful tone. He grabbed his wallet from the table and began to approach Melissa. Hey, I'm gonna head to work now. Okay, stay safe. But before I go, can I ask you something? Melissa turned her head back. Sure, what's up? He hesitated slightly. Well, I wanted to ask you something embarrassing. I was wondering if by any chance you wanted to go out again. This caught Melissa off guard for a moment, before she regained her composure. I see. So instead of helping you gain the confidence to ask a girl out, I accidentally made you get the hots for me. So, I take it that's a no. What gave you that idea? Well, given the way you sounded disappointed earlier, it seemed like you were gonna say no. Oh, right, I guess that's fair. So, is that a no? Of course not, Izuku. Wait, really? He said before coughing slightly. I see. I hope for the best in our endeavors. But I am curious, where is it that you're wanting to go this time? Surely it can't be the arcade again. Oh, well. Having a hand in his pocket, he felt what looked to be a card in his hand, and pulled it out, revealing the card that Jiro had given him during the funeral, having completely forgotten about it. Let's go here. A recording studio. Why there of all places? Oh, well, I recently learned online that playing an instrument can help out with stress. I figured we could try playing instruments. Izuku said, trying to come up with an excuse. The truth was that Izuku never really looked into this address that Jiro had given him, only really keeping it in his pocket should the time come or not. However, he felt a bit of embarrassment when it came to suggesting this, hoping that Melissa would reject it. I mean, that does sound like a good way to relieve stress. I don't see why not. Do you have to book a session in advance? I'm not too sure. I should probably call the number and see. After grabbing his phone and dialing the number onto the keypad, it began to ring, but an automated message suddenly started going off. We're sorry for the inconvenience, but the number you're currently ringing is unavailable. Please ring at another time. The automated message said to him. Oh man, guess there goes that plan. Izuku said. Cheer up, we don't have to come up with a place to go right away. We've got all day to come up with ideas. You just go to work and make sure you have a good day. Oh okay, I guess I'll see you later. He exited the apartment and began to go down the stairs, while the creature popped its head out. That was easier than expected. Don't know why you were nervous. The creature said mockingly. Just stop, would you? Sorry. But while Izuku was walking down the stairs, Melissa, who was standing in front of the door, couldn't help but have a tinge of red on her skin as a result of high blood flow. Was it the result of embarrassment? Possibly, but some part of her was kind of excited about it. Whether she expected it or not, things between them were going to get interesting. Some time had passed since Izuku left his apartment, and we see him entering the Midoriya Industries building, putting on his lab coat and entering the main room. Mikumo, it's me, Izuku. I'm sorry I didn't contact you, But a sudden chill in his spine caused him to stop moving, and cease his speech, as Mikumo, who was in a dark room of the large space, sprinted towards him, and grabbed him by the collar. Mikumo, you dare come back here without so much as informing me that you were okay after that stunt we pulled at Tartarus? He said while shaking Izuku back and forth violently. I mean, for crying out loud, what was I supposed to do if it turned out you were dead? You better have a good explanation for this, otherwise I'm gonna. Mikumo, chill. I'm sorry I didn't contact you that I was okay. Some things happened, and I wasn't sure about how to best tell you. Oh, really? And what would that be? Izuku then looked down at his chest before sighing. Show him, gooey dude. Surprise, the creature said aloud, popping out of Izuku's shoulder. This reveal caused Mikumo to panic, and step back a bit and shout. What on earth is that thing on your shoulder? Is that a bloody parasite? Parasite, Mikumo, calm down. This thing saved my life. It's a friend. Mikumo looked at him with some skepticism. It saved your life? Yeah, if it weren't for him, I would have been dead a long time ago. I see. Where did it even come from? Well, Apparently I acquired it when we were at that warehouse. I was hoping you could examine it, and see what it even is." Mikumo hesitated slightly, before ultimately agreeing. "Okay." Despite Mikumo's reluctance, he motioned Izuku over to another part of the lab, where he began to run tests on the creature. After a few seconds of doing so, he marveled at the composition of the creature. "Remarkable, Yagi. Whatever this creature is made of, it's unlike any creature to have ever existed." "Really?" "Yes. This creature's regenerative capabilities are through the roof. Plus, its quirk factor is way too strange." "Wait. This thing has a quirk factor?" "Well, it's a lot more complicated than that," Mikumo said to him. "Whatever this thing is, it both has and is a quirk factor." "Come again. How can this thing be and have a quirk factor?" "Bioengineering most likely, but I never expected such a high level of complexity to it." "Wow, so you're pretty special." "I guess I am, especially when I duped that monster woman's powers." This left the two boys rather confused. Particularly Mikumo. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" he asked it. "Well, after she put a hole in his chest, I latched onto her and nabbed her abilities. Including her strength. The amount of times I had to twist his bones and heal his flesh as a result of it was insane." "She put a what in your chest?" In my defense, I don't know what happened after that." "Even then, did you not think it would be important information to speak of?" "Well, I didn't see the scar, or any sort of damage as a result. So I saw no reason to mention it." "Well, either way, we're gonna have to do test on your body to see if any effects have occurred on your body as a result of this creature's presence." "Are you sure that's necessary?" Izuku said in a panic. "Yes," Mikumo responded bluntly. "Now then, you're coming with me." Hey wait. Whoa. Stop it. Let go of me." Mikumo dragged him into what appeared to be a sealed-off room, as screams of horror began to echo throughout the lab. After what seemed to Izuku to be hours, when in actually it was 10 minutes, the two come out of the room, with Izuku shivering in fear. "So many tests. Why were there so many?" "Yagi, we don't know anything about this creature. We have to make sure that the creature isn't causing you negative effects." "Even so, they hurt." While walking to his desk, Izuku noticed something new in the laboratory. A glass casing surrounding what looked to be a fully customized suit. Its design was similar to the one Mikumo had first worn, but oddly enough, it had several amendments to it that made it more practical and overall comfortable. "Mikumo, did you redesign your suit?" "Yep, improved suit material, and an overall better design in my opinion. The last one was alright, but it was a rushed job." "Was it the same with my suit?" "Nope, just mine." "Why do you ask? You want me to upgrade it?" "Nah, I think I'm good, but I am curious. Where's the boss anyway? I haven't seen your father in ages." "Not sure. He said he's got places to go to, and yet he never tells me. Though he did say he'd pop by sometime today, so it'll be good to see him after so long. But, while we're here, let's get onto the main subject." "Right, Aguchi," Izuku muttered. "I really screwed up back there, and because of that, he's now dead." "You didn't know that person was going to be there. How could you?" "Our entire plan was based only on the interview. I never had any backup plans in case something like this was to happen. But now thanks to them, we're in this mess." "Yeah, and based on what Izumi told me during our fight, it's going to be more difficult to prove my innocence since there's no security footage." The two remained silent momentarily, before Mikumo approached his computer. "That may be the case for now. But luckily for us, that interview is a clue for us as to how to stop whatever is going to happen. Now, what did Aguchi tell you during the interview?" "Oh, well, he said that All for One and Dr. Garaki never had an assistant that aided them in the Nomu creation process. But there was something he said that did catch my attention. He mentioned something about vestiges." "Vestiges?" "Yeah, he said that every quirk that has ever existed contains an echo of its original wielder. If someone's quirk is taken away from them, a piece of them is taken away as well. It's the same if someone is given a quirk." He also mentioned that All for One had Dr. Garaki raise children as spare vessels in case something happened to his originally planned vessel, Tamura. Among them all, only one other child was given his quirk. "I see. So what you're suggesting is that whoever this vessel was, may have a piece of all for one inside of them. Exactly, Izuku said to him. Unfortunately, he didn't know who the spare vessel was, nor did I ask him where exactly they were raising them. So aside from the identity of whoever was creating the Nomus at that warehouse, we're pretty much stumped. That is a troubling aspect. By the way, I wanted to ask you something else. Izuku perked his head up. When that person killed Iguchi, did they say something to you? Oh, them. Well, apparently the master they served knew we were going to speak with Iguchi. Huh, Mikumo said with a slight gasp. She mentioned that her master has eyes and ears everywhere. No matter where we speak our plans, he will always know. Mikumo was quite perplexed by this, covering his mouth with his hand while pondering those words. Only Izuku and I knew of the plan, and neither of us told anyone of it, and yet they somehow knew we were going to speak to Iguchi. Was it coincidence? Were they going to kill him anyway? No, that's too convenient. Besides, they would have killed him sooner if that was the case. So why then of all times? Why? Suddenly, the door opened, with Hisashi appearing in front of them with a bag of what appeared to be Chinese food in his left hand. Hey there, you two. Working hard, or hardly working? He yelled out. The two looked to him, with Mikumo answering. Oh, hey Dad, why'd you get Chinese food? Well, I was on my way here and figured I'd get lunch. But enough about that, how goes the progress on your inventions? That's when Izuku's worries started to flare. Everything's going well, father. Izuku and I had just finished improving the design to his old exoskeleton invention he made. Huh, Izuku muttered to himself. You have. That's excellent. May I see? Of course. Placing the Chinese food on the table, he walked over to the suit, noting its color and design. One of the problems we found with Izuku's old design was its overall bulkiness. To resolve this issue, we made the exoskeleton more compact, making it more of a suit than simply a piece of iron one wears on the outside of their body. I see. So is the purple parts just a design choice? Well, I figured purple would be a better color to contrast the gray. I see. But can the colors be customized? I mean, if this exoskeleton-based suit is going to be mass-produced for the heroes, they would want the colors to fit their original suits. I guess. But so far this is the only prototype we've made, so there are still some kinks to it that need fixing. Even so, the suit looks marvelous, Hisashi said to his son. I have no doubt that it'll make a big change in the hero scene once we have it approved. But let's worry about that later. For now, we eat. The two boys take off their lab coats, as they begin to chow down on the food before them. Izuku's eyes beam up with delight as he ate the spring roll that was given to him. Oh, wow, this is delicious, Izuku said with food in his mouth. I'm glad you like it. The restaurant I got this food from makes the best chicken in my opinion. Hisashi tells him. This was the comfort food that Mikumo and I would usually grab around this time of year. But I didn't want you to be left hungry. Comfort food. Oh, right, Mikumo and I have this tradition where we get Chinese food around this time of year because of a family matter. While it would have been appropriate to have this for dinner, I figured we could change things up a bit. What was the family matter? Izuku asks them, swallowing his food. But, after seeing Mikumo look away and with a saddened expression, Izuku rescinded his question. Actually, never mind, I'm sorry for asking. It's all right, Izuku. It is a rather sensitive subject, but I'm sure Mikumo was trying to scold you for asking. The truth is, much like you, he too lost his mother, though, under different circumstances. His mother was born with a genetic disease called Oestrin syndrome. It ravaged her health until her final breath. She died around the time Mikumo was 8 years old. Izuku's expression worsened. Genetic disease. Does that mean? So far, Mikumo hasn't displayed any of the symptoms. But if it passed on via genetics, then I fear one day, his children, or their children's children would suffer from such a disease. My hope is that with the creation of support items, I could fund research to find a cure. I see. Hisashi looked at Mikumo, and realizes his mistake, before slightly panicking. Oops, sorry about that, I probably shouldn't have dumped that kind of info on you. There was no need to make things awkward. Oh, no, It's fine. But, I thank you for telling me. It makes me glad that you guys can relate to me in a way. Almost as if I've found a second family. Mikumo was slightly perplexed by this, but was pleased in a way. The three continued to eat the Chinese food while continuing to enjoy each other's company. Hisashi, who used a remote to turn on the TV, changed the program to a midday news channel, where like this morning, the channel reported the news on Iguchi's death, this time, giving the time for inmates to comment about Iguchi and their relationships with him. Wow, I had heard from some people talking to each other about this, but I thought it was just fake news. Guess it's legit, Hisashi commented. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too, Mikumo interjected. Izuku stayed silent on this, feeling guilty at his hand at having the villain killed, even though he wasn't the one to kill him. Well, I'm not too surprised by this, Hisashi commented. Given that villain's past history with the League of Villains, it would be expected that someone would try and take him out. But even so, needlessly taking that man's life should not be the first decision the person responsible should have taken. Even if Iguchi had done some wrong to them, we as people should not hold on to the hatred in our hearts. Izuku was a bit taken aback by this, but made a mental note on the wisdom Hisashi just unknowingly delivered to him. However, his focus soon shifted over to his phone, when he noticed Kaminari's name appear. He answered the phone, after getting up from the table and walking away to get some privacy. Kaminari, Izuku, he shouted, scaring Izuku slightly. How have you been, man? Doing better, I guess. That's good to hear. Listen, my girlfriend and I were thinking about doing something tonight, and wanted to know if you were down to come. Tea tonight, but that's too sudden. What if I already had plans for tonight? Izuku, come on, what plans would you have tonight? Kaminari said, unknowingly insulting Izuku. Well, if you must know, I'm going out with someone, so my time is going to be spent with them. There was a small amount of silence on the phone, with Izuku getting worried, thinking he had lost the call connection. But then, Kaminari yelled out violently. Hua, you are. Hey, stop shouting. How could I not? The last time I saw you, you were all doom and gloom, and now you're going out with someone. That's a massive leap. Dude, chill, we've only just started going out together. We haven't gone out on a date yet. What about the practice date? The creature mentions to him. That doesn't count. Who were you talking to, dude? Oh, no one. Izuku said in a panic. Okay. Well, I've got a great idea. Why don't you bring her out with us? It'll be the perfect double date. Double date, yep, I'll tell May the news. Oh, and wear something nice, the restaurant is a bit expensive and they have a dress code. See ya. The call ended, leaving Izuku rather flabbergasted. The creature soon exited out of his shoulder, hovering over him before seeing his expression. What's a double date? Is that where you date two girls at once? What? No, a double date is just where two couples go to dinner or something together. Ah, so you're dating each other. Even the man. Again, no, we don't date each other. Though there are some people that do that for whatever reason. Think of it like two couples being friendly with each other, kind of like how a friend group would go out. Not only to know each other, but also enjoy each other's company. Ah, I see, but why do couples intermingle in that way? Not an expert, so don't even ask me. Anyway, I better tell Melissa that I have an idea for tonight. Izuku said with a bit of worry. Why do you hesitate? Well, let's just say his girlfriend can be a bit forward. Forward, you'll see for yourself. After texting Melissa of the plan, he receives a thumbs up emoji from her, agreeing to the date plan. With a sigh of relief, he went back to the others and continued lunch, as well as work. A few hours pass after the call, and we see Hisashi and Izuku leave the building, while Mikumo momentarily stayed behind in the lab. Hey Mikumo, you coming? In a minute, father. Just finishing up something. Okay, we'll wait for you outside. The man shut the door behind him and was left alone with Izuku. Well, Izuku, it's good to know that Mikumo is in good hands with you around. He commented. Oh, I haven't done that much to help. Mikumo's been the one guiding me. Even so, your presence can have an effect on those around you. So don't sell yourself short. Besides, Even the smallest of us can be the mightiest. That is the philosophy I learned to live by. Hisashi lit up a cigarette as Izuku stared at him. Sorry, I picked up the habit after my wife's death. Oh, it's fine. But, I wanted to ask you something. Oh, and what would that be? Izuku recalled the last conversation he had with his father. The conversation he had when his mother was still alive. The way his father spoke about Hisashi during their dinner together, he made it seem like he knew the man personally. But what was it about Hisashi that made him say such things? He had to find out. A while ago, I spoke to my father about working for you. But when I mentioned it, he almost seemed frightened. Almost as if he was reminded of a nightmare. Frightened. Oh, right, yeah, your father and I did have history with each other in the past. But I've mostly let go of the anger I held for him that day. So, what exactly happened between you two? Well, what happened between us was more or less a clash of ideology. It was during a time where I was a far more vengeful man. A vengeful man. It was during my time at Island. I was an assistant to David Shield. He was an old friend of mine, and together, we began to develop tech that could benefit the world. Your father and David were rather good friends at the time. David was even his sidekick at one point, your father and I on the other hand. We never saw eye to eye with each other in most things. But we could at least respect each other enough to not hold a grudge. That was, until the time came when he had to fight all for one. You do know of him, right? Of course. Well, when it came to that subject, we both had drastic ideas on how to deal with him. While All Might wanted to simply defeat him and end the villain's reign, I suggested that the villain is to be executed. We fought countless times on the matter. Sometimes it would get heated, and often led to fist fights. Hold on, you fought my dad, and survived. He greatly limited the amount of strength he used. But yeah, I fought him, for about 5 seconds each time. Oh, well, given that your father was one of the strongest heroes at that point, I'd say 5 seconds is a pretty good amount of time in a fight. But the last time I ever saw him in person, that was when I won my first battle. The Battle of the Reason. I'm sorry, I don't quite follow. What do you mean by that? Your father may be strong in both body and mind, but at that time, I made it a point that your father lacked the foresight of what could happen if he did let that monster live. Had All for One continued to live, many would suffer. He made me suffer at one point. Really, that man killed my mother when I was young, and for many years, I wanted that man to die for taking away my mother, and I carried that hate for many years, hoping that one day he would die at someone's hand. Your father wanted to let him live, to have him repent for his sins in a prison cell. But a monster like him was never going to change, and I had to remind him of that during the last interaction we had. That day I left Island, refusing to go back and apologize to him, or let go of my rage. I take it your father worries that I might only elevate, or implant anger into you. I see. So then, how did you let go of your anger? It was my wife that tempered my rage. Wow. She must have been a very special woman if you were able to let go of your hatred during that time. Indeed she was. Though she was plagued with the disease that ravaged her body, her eyes always radiated a special glow. She was truly a gift from God, and helped me see that same love and light. Though she was taken too soon, she left me with a blessing. My son. I'm surprised you didn't call him Megumi under that description. Well, I thought a name like that wouldn't have fitted. But regardless of what his name is, I'm very thankful for him being born. Izuku couldn't help but be in awe at hearing this story. The tale of a man whose rage was tempered by love was something that he took to heart, whose love was tempered into rage from loss. He wondered if something like that could happen to him. He wondered if there could be someone to mend his broken heart, and heal the wounds. But before he could think on this, Hisashi finished the cigarette. Anyway, I better not hold you up with my rambling. Go on home, get some rest, and peace be with you. Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. The young man began to run in the opposite direction, with Hisashi remaining behind, about to light up another cigarette. But as he was going to put it in his mouth, a strange feeling passed by him. A wave that he could not explain. One that allowed him to stare at the cigarette, and simply choose not to subject his body to its contents. He threw it away moments later, and stared up at the sky, seeing the setting sun. What a wonderful sight I get to witness, he muttered to himself, as he began to make his way home, with Mikumo catching up to him moments later. Father, wait up. Ah, Mikumo, you finished? Yeah, there's still some things to do, but that can wait for tomorrow. That's good. Let us make haste back home. The two began to walk, with Hisashi placing an arm over Mikumo's shoulder. Father, something wrong? It's nothing, son, I just appreciate having you with me. Oh, thanks, I appreciate you too. As the two began to walk, Hisashi whispered to himself. Or rather, whispered into the sky. Thank you God, for blessing me in all things. With Izuku, he secretly began using the abilities the creature had copied from Izumi, utilizing Black Whip as a means of swinging across the city, all while fully dressed up in his black suit, making sure to stay away from any sort of sight from any heroes or bystanders below. Boy, I tell you, this is real convenient. Now I don't have to worry about web cartridges. Izuku commented. Thanks dude. The creature stayed silent throughout the quick trip. The mention of the word, God, from Hisashi made the creature curious. What is God? It wondered. It wanted to ask Izuku, but felt that this wasn't the time or place for it. For now, it was just going to stay quiet, and help Izuku when it needed to on this double date he was going on. Izuku eventually made it home, and ran up the stairs as fast as he could, before bursting through his apartment door. I'm sorry I'm late, Melissa. He yelled out. It's all right, Izuku. Melissa suddenly came out of her room, wearing what looked to be a long, blue dress, something that left Izuku kind of breathless. Izuku, you all right? Huh, oh, sorry, your dress kind of caught me off guard. Oh, is this too much? And no, it's formal, so that outfit will work. Great, but what are you wearing? Oh, me, I've got a suit in the closet. I just hope it fits. Why's that? It's pretty small in comparison to my size. I see. Well, we better see if it needs resizing. Despite the worry that he might not fit in the suit, it was to his surprise that not only was the suit perfectly fitted, but had no sort of worry of ripping. The two, having gotten ready, began to leave the apartment, and boarded a bus to the location in question. After exiting off the bus, they began to walk, with Izuku being slightly nervous. This was going to be his first, real date. But why was he getting so nervous? Why now of all times? Is something wrong, Izuku? Huh, oh, no, everything's fine. But, I do have to warn you beforehand. Kaminari's girlfriend might be a bit forward. Oh, how so? Melissa asked him. Well, Yagi, a voice called out. The two turned their heads to see Kaminari, wearing an all-black suit with a white shirt and his hair tied back in a ponytail, while his girlfriend, Mei Hatsume, darted towards them, showing little regard to how people looked at her. Hey, it's nice to meet you, I'm Mei Hatsume. I do hope we can be good friends, she said in a single take. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Oh wow, you two look so cute together, Mei said to them. Oh, you think? Izuku said in embarrassment. Yeah, greenie, but why the terribly colored suit? Mei said, insulting his fashion. Is it really that bad? Well duh, it doesn't work with your hair color. Izuku lowered his head slightly in shame, while Melissa patted him on the back. Cheer up, we'll find you a better suit in no time. Unbeknownst to them, a group of people had also arrived at the scene. Many pairs of eyes were looking at the four, whilst their faces were being concealed by the darkness of night. Moments elsewhere, we see a large group of men and women walking together in what looked to be very stylish formal wear. Each of them had a drastically different appearance in comparison to their hero costumes, but while that was the case, they didn't exactly act like high-class adults. More like children. Woohoo! Finally, a break after so long, Mina said with a large smile. Yeah, I never would have thought we could have ever had time to ourselves. Hiroshima interjected. Well, it's not exactly a bad thing to not have time to ourselves. Sue commented. I mean, it makes our day more productive. My thoughts exactly, Sue. Iida said to her. But even still, I'm just glad that you got fixed up so quickly, Mina. Momo said, appearing from behind. I never would have expected that man to do so much damage to us with so little attacks. I know, right? I'm a little confused. What exactly happened? Juro asked. Wait, have you not been watching the news? Mina yelled out. No, I haven't. I've been a bit busy to watch TV or go on the internet. Well, some guy kicked all of our butts while we were pursuing him. Really? How did that happen? Oh, you won't believe how it happened. So this guy was flagged for a manhunt because he allegedly either killed that old villain, Spinner, or at least knows who did it. So when we fought him, we were trying to incapacitate him, or even knock him out. But somehow, this guy not only has good reflexes, but even knocked us out with some sort of break-dancing routine. I swear, he must have copied my movements. Whoa, but that's not even the end of it. Izumi and Todoroki fought him at some point, and even they lost him. Wait, seriously? Yeah, but the weirdest part was that some black goo creature spawned out of him, and suddenly copied her abilities. Oh no, oh yes. So now after that screw up, we're looking for anyone that matches his basic description. Do you have any other clues as to how to find him? Not really, only that at some point, Todoroki mentioned that it said something about being called a Deku. Deku, what kind of name is that? Don't know, but ever since Izumi was told of this information, she's been acting really weird lately. Does she know something about it? Who knows? Todoroki's trying to talk to her about it now, but so far, we're in the dark about it. Hey Bakugo, would you know something about it? Standing behind them, Katsuki Bakugo towered over them, while walking past them. Why does it matter what I know? Ah, come on Firecracker. This is the first time we've hung out in a while, and yet you aren't even willing to tell me. You were childhood friends with her, so surely you would know. She kept pressing her elbow into his side, until Kirishima pulled her away. Mina, stop, this isn't an interrogation room. Besides, just because he was childhood friends with her, doesn't mean he knows everything. Oh, I guess you're right, she said pouting. As they were approaching the restaurant, Katsuki noticed something in the corner of his eye. The same green hair he had always associated with Izuku was now in his view, only, it was not Izumi he was looking at. It was Izuku. He suddenly hid behind the wall, with his friends looking at him with confusion. Hey Bakubro, you good? What's gotten you worked up? Peering his head, Kirishima noticed the four. Hold on, isn't that Mei Hatsume? But who are those other Peo? You idiot, Katsuki said to him. Hey, what's gotten into you? Juro, seeing the commotion, pops her head out as well. Whoa. What is it? Mina asked her. It's Izumi's brother. Really? Yeah, and he's with Hatsume and two other people. Mina pops her head out. Oh, I know who that is. That's her boyfriend. I think his name is Denki Kaminari. But who's the other blonde? I'm not sure. Well, whoever she is, she looks cute. The pink girl said with a bubbly expression. That's when Iida, who was observing the situation, made a comment. I believe that is Mr. Shield's daughter. Huh, Mr. Shield. Yes, I saw a couple of articles related to her back when we were still in UA. But I never expected her to be here of all places. Oh, you are right, Momo said while peering her head out. But why is she with Yagi's brother? More importantly, how do they know each other? Guys, are you sure we should be spying on them? Sue asks them. Well, of course, Mina says to her. I mean, this is Yagi's brother we're talking about. We know nothing about him. Shouldn't we as Yagi's friends get to know her family? Katsuki remained silent during this interaction, while Kirishima noticed this. Something the matter, dude? Huh, I'm fine. You sure? 'Cause you seem a lot less like yourself. Does it have to do with that guy they're talking about? He paused momentarily before answering. Something like that. He and I knew each other since we were toddlers. Oh, that would make sense, given that he's apparently Yagi's brother. Say, why don't we greet him? No, it looks like he's got something more important going on at the moment. Huh, but why not? Mina said with a pout. Aside from seeing his gloomy self at the funeral, this is the second emotion that I've seen from him. I do have to interject. Iida says to her, it would be rude of us to suddenly approach them if they're already doing something together. Iida, do you still have that stick up your butt? 'Cause at this point, I'm staring to lose some brain cells when you're around. You're one to talk, Ashido. Jiro continues to observe the four, until she sees them walking inside, being accompanied by a waiter. They're going inside. We should make our way inside too. Yeah, then we can get to know the guy ourselves. Did you not hear what I said, Ashido? The large group made their way inside, getting seated at a corner booth, away from the rest of the restaurant due to their status as heroes. Over with Izuku and the others, he was beginning to get interrogated by his friend Kaminari, as well as Mei Hatsume, with both of them displaying a rather twisted grin on their faces. So tell us, Izuku, when did you meet this good-looking lady? Kaminari asked him. Oh, well, hey, and I met when we became roommates, Melissa said, answering for him. Ooh, roommates, huh? That means things have been spicy between you since the beginning, Mei said, teasing the two. Not exactly, we only started dating recently, Izuku brings up. Well, still, I didn't expect this from you, Yagi. I was starting to worry that you were never going to get a girlfriend. Izuku felt a slight jab in his heart at the insult from Mei. But what he wasn't aware of, was that their conversation was being heard by the hero gang, as Jiro used her earphone jack to pick up on their conversation. What are they saying, Jiro? Mina asks her. Nothing too noteworthy, just asking about their relationship. Ooh, cool, will you two stop? Momo tells them. We're trying to enjoy spending time together, and here you two are spying on Yagi's brother. Oh come on, you know you wanna know more about him too. Yes, in a better setting, not when they're having a double date. Yaoyorozu, it's no use. Once Mina gets interested in someone else's relationship, she won't stop until she does something. Hiroshima tells her. Whilst the group of heroes talk amongst themselves, Jiro continues to observe the four, catching a glimpse of what looked to be a moving lump on Izuku's back. She had to do a double take, as she thought she was seeing things. What on earth was that squirming on his back? She thought to herself. I'll have to ask Izumi about it. The creature noticed her gaze, seeping back into his back, and began to communicate with Izuku using some form of telepathy. Go to the bathroom, now. Izuku heard this, wondering what was going on with the creature, before getting up from the table. Sorry guys, just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Oh, okay, I'll make sure to get you a menu. He began to go over to the restaurant's bathroom, making sure that all the stalls were empty, before the creature popped out of his back. What's going on? We are currently being watched. Huh, watched? By who? Not sure, but someone in that corner table was glaring at us. Izuku then let his guard down, thinking that the creature was being paranoid. Look dude, I think you're just being dramatic. People glare at other tables all of the time. Doesn't mean that they're spying on us, or tailing us. But, look, I appreciate you watching over me, but want to enjoy this night. He said as he began to walk out. As Izuku was exiting the bathroom, he bumped into someone while going through the door. He was taken aback slightly, falling to the ground slightly before he opened his eyes. Izuku. The sight of the spiky blonde hair blinded Izuku, as he witnessed an unexpected expression on the face that was underneath it. Bakugo, he thought to himself. What's he doing here of all places? I thought he was still out of country. Flashes of his past began to play, with him reliving the moments of his childhood, where the blonde used his volatile quirk against him. In a way, he kind of expected him to do that again. But unexpectedly, Katsuki put his hand out, trying to help him up from the ground. You okay, man? I'm sorry for bumping into you like that. While he kept his hand out, hoping Izuku was going to take it, the green-haired boy simply got up on his own. Yeah, I'm fine, he said to him, not making eye contact. You don't have to worry about me yelling out that you're here to the public. I'll just pretend that I didn't see you. As he began to walk past him, Katsuki called out to him. Wait. I want to talk. Would you humor me and head to the counter to get a drink? He looked back at him with a weirded out expression. Dude, if this is an attempt to hit on me, then I'm gonna have to pass. I don't swing that way. What? No, I just want to talk. Besides, I need an excuse to get away from Mina and the others. Huh, he didn't come alone. Izuku thought to himself. So he wasn't lying. Someone is watching me. But did he only come here because he saw me come in here? Or did he genuinely bump into me? I can't let my guard down for even a second. The two exit from the bathroom, and begin to head over to the counter, where they request 2 drinks. For Izuku, it was a large glass of cola with 4 large cubes of ice and what appeared to be whiskey, while Katsuki requested a cup of water. He often found the taste of alcohol to be quite disgusting, so he chose to go for something cheap and simple. Izuku, on the other hand, took a large portion of the drink, and immediately regretted his decision, due to what he thought was the appearance of a bad taste in his mouth. Gross, Izuku said after spitting the contents out back into the cup. Katsuki chuckled slightly. I've had my fair share of bad experiences with alcohol. Probably should have warned you about the taste of whiskey and coke. But Izuku was not amused by this. I heard about what happened to your mother, Izu. Yagi. I'm sorry about what happened. What are you sorry for? It's not like you killed her, he said with a callous tone. I know. It's just the words that I blurt out whenever someone loses a loved one. I'm not sure if it's actually helpful, but I say it anyway to at least provide some pay. Okay Bakugo, let's cut to the chase. What is it that you wanted to talk to me about? And don't take up too much of my time. I've got a date to get back to. I see. Then, I'll try to make it brief. Katsuki said with some hesitancy. You see, I was originally going to try and find you directly because Katsuki could feel his throat tightening as a result of what he was about to say. The fear in his heart and mind was holding him back slightly, but in some sort of fashion, he let out what he wanted to say. I've come to say, I'm sorry. Izuku blinked a couple of times as he was hearing this. Wait, what? That is my reasoning. I came to say I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. I hope that, starting today, we can walk forward together, as friends again. But Izuku was flabbergasted by this proclamation, and severely upset. I'm sorry. After what could be described as 10 years of suffering, all you can do is say I'm sorry. What right do you have to expect forgiveness? Katsuki hesitated for a moment. It almost felt like many hours, but in reality, it had only been a few short seconds. He could tell what he was doing was stupid, but he chose to persevere, hoping to at least make one good decision in his life. I don't, he stated. There was a bit of silence between the two, with Izuku ultimately not making eye contact with the blonde. Still, Katsuki continued to speak. What I did to you for all those years is nothing short of vile. I know if I could go back, I could stop my stupid, younger self from doing such things. But I know that I can never undo what I have done. The only thing I can do is make amends, and hope to earn your forgiveness someday. Izuku felt conflicted by this. The anger that he was holding onto made him rather distrustful at the blonde's attempt at repentance. He turned away from him, finishing off the rest of his drink, before Katsuki, seeing no reason to annoy the green-haired man any more than what he was doing, wrote on a piece of paper, and placed it beside him. I'm pretty sure you deleted my number off your phone, and I don't blame you for doing that. But just know that if you ever need my help, don't hesitate to call. Katsuki said to him, believe me when I say I genuinely want to atone for what I have done to you. But I won't force you to forgive me if you don't want to. After he left the bar counter, Izuku picked up the piece of paper and looked at the number that was written on it. You say the word, and I can bite his head off. The creature said to him. What? No, you can't just bite his head off. Izuku said to him through his thoughts. If people found out that one of Japan's top heroes suddenly died, there would be panic not only from his fans, but the police would suspect anyone he interacted with in the last week. So, that's a no then. Yes, he goes back to his dinner table, hoping to forget about the interaction he had with Katsuki, and just simply enjoy his night out with his date. The two couples partook in several delicious meals, mostly consisting of foreign delicacies, some that Izuku had absolutely no idea what they were going to look like, and others just being plain and simple, much like himself. After a couple of hours, the two couples exit the restaurant, now seeing the pouring rain come down from above. Seriously, of all the things to happen, it's raining. I didn't even bring my umbrella. Kaminari said while complaining. Don't worry babe, if we run fast enough, we'll be able to get home in no time. Huh, but we'll be completely soaked. Ah, what's wrong? Scared of a little water? Huh, oh, you're going to eat those words, he said, beginning to chase her. This left Izuku and Melissa on their own, with the two waving goodbye to them, before beginning to make their way home. He lets out a sigh of relief, having finally finished the date smoothly despite the obstacles in the way. Melissa took note of this. Something wrong, Izuku? Oh, it's nothing. I just felt like I was going to run out of breath. Yeah, I get like that sometimes. But, did you enjoy tonight? Yeah, though, I do wish May would calm down with her questions. The amount of times I got worried that she might say something inappropriate almost gave me a heart attack. I find her to be quite lovely. Especially when she talked about machines. Say, I have an idea, why don't you bring me to your workplace sometime? Huh, yeah, I mean, I wanna know what it is that you do there that would cause you to work so late. Well, I'd have to ask Mikumo first, but if he allows it, I don't see why you can't come. Awesome, I can't wait. While the two made their way back to the apartment, Mikumo was standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper, wearing what appeared to be his new suit, the rain bouncing off of him while he adjusted his gadgets. What he is doing is unknown. But based on the direction he began to head over to, it was in relation to the Hero Public Safety Division. Or more specifically, its archive building. Hours prior to Izuku's double date, we see Mikumo and Hisashi enjoying an early dinner together, while the TV in the background was playing the latest and hottest show to be airing. The show itself was rather popular on the internet, and had gained traction throughout most of the Western countries, and though it was popular, it did stir some controversy for the contents that it displayed. Regardless, Mikumo did not partake in watching such things, merely eating his food without being distracted by the pleasures of the world. So, Mikumo, you enjoying the food? His father asks him. Mikumo responded, it's good, it'll help me maintain my nutritional needs. Well, I'm glad you like it. It was one of the recipes your mother specialized in. But while his father continued to eat, Mikumo was lost in thought, something his father began to notice. Mikumo, is something the matter? You've barely been talking since we got home. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Oh, what are you thinking about? Did you perhaps catch a glimpse of a pretty girl? Father, you know I don't have the time, nor the desire to put my attention into romance at the moment. Maybe someday, but not now. Then, what are you thinking about? Nothing important, just caught up in my own thoughts. I'm probably just creating unnecessary worry for myself. I see. Is there anything I can do? Not at the moment, Father. Don't worry, I'm sure it will go away after some much-needed sleep. Okay then, well, I hope you have a good night's rest. Thanks, Dad. After heading over to his room, he turned on his computer, staring aimlessly at the screen for hours as he played one of the many video games he had collected. He tried his best to play the game that he was partaking in, but something was breaking his concentration. The though of all for one having a new vessel just wasn't sitting well with him, much less one whose identity was unknown to him. He quickly shut off the game, and opened a tab on the search engine he was using, before calling Izuku. Hello, Izuku, it's Mikumo. You got a minute? Oh, well, I'm actually out at dinner with some people. Why, what's up? Oh, it's nothing. I was just gonna ask if you wanted to meet up at the lab tonight. I think I have a way of figuring out who this other vessel is. But if you're already busy, I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, okay, if you want, we can discuss this plan of yours tomorrow. Mikumo had a slight smile on his face before answering. Sure, that sounds good. Anyway, I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Okay, I'll see you soon. After hanging up the phone, Mikumo began to try and conduct some research on Dr. Garaki. All for one. From what Izuku gathered from Aguchi at Tartarus, he had Dr. Garaki raise children as spare vessels in some sort of nursery. But there is no public information pertaining to such a facility, nor were the children reported as missing or killed. Doing a couple of searches, Mikumo found nothing in relation to the keywords of Dr. Garaki or nursery. This greatly annoyed the young man, who let out a large sigh as a result. Great, I've hit a roadblock. Just great. He glared at the screen, hoping to find a clue in each of the links that came up. While they didn't provide him with an epiphany, he did have one thought about the situation. While much of the information of the League of Villains was made public, there would have been some details that, due to their contents, would have been kept from the public eye. Perhaps I'm looking at this the wrong way. Someone like Dr. Garaki would never reveal anything like this to anyone but his associates. Even if law enforcement had Tsukauchi question him, he would probably be tightly-lipped about it. Perhaps he would have had some stuff like this documented on his devices, or some other things. But would such things still even exist? He began to think to himself, would there be a way to find the identity of this new vessel? If there was, it was likely either destroyed during the war years back, or seized by law enforcement upon discovery. This made him formulate a couple of plans, ones that were not legal by any means. If I don't go and check, it's likely that I know that we wouldn't get any closer to finding out who is responsible. If I get arrested, then so be it. I just hope my father will forgive me for this. He got into some dark clothes and began to walk out of his room, carefully traversing out of the apartment he and his father was staying at, before exiting out through the door. He began to run, until he arrived at the lab, and began to equip the suit he made. After doing so, he began adjusting the gadgets he made alongside the suit, equipping what looked to be a pair of strange-looking boots and gloves on, before approaching the edge. Whoa, this is a lot more scary than I thought. How did I do this at that warehouse Izuku was at? He was contemplating just simply going down the stairs, but recalling that moment at the warehouse made him realize one thing: if he could do it then in an inferior suit, he could do it again. He walked back slightly to give himself a running start, before running as fast as he could, and leaping into the air. Upon doing so, he screamed out in terror, quickly descending to the ground, before utilizing one of the functions of his gloves, and shooting out a modified web shot, one that he incorporated into his suit days prior. Closing his eyes and hoping for the best, he could feel himself swinging in the air, having not splat on the ground, dead. He laughed hysterically in delight, as like Izuku, he was getting the hang of web slinging for the first time. A wave of freedom brushed past him, as he felt like he was no longer bound to the limits of gravity. In this suit, using these gloves and boots, he was no longer bound to the world. But that didn't mean he wasn't bound to the limits of physical pain, as there were times where he accidentally hit parts of buildings and nearby billboards. While this would cause serious injury, the suit he was wearing largely prevented any sort of injuries such as broken bones and gashing wounds. He would quickly recover from this setback and continue to make his way to the first place he wanted to look. The Hero Public Safety Division Archive Building. After its initial destruction many years back due to a villain attack, it was rebuilt into a more fortress-like structure. But even with these upgrades, it had its limits in terms of security, and Mikumo was going to employ some tactics to enter into the building and exploit their systems. After arriving behind the building, he placed one of what looked to be Izuku's spider drones, only it was heavily modified based on what Mikumo thought was essential or unnecessary in the design. After placing it, he used it to traverse the ventilation system. While your initial design was fantastic, you left out some elements that could make these spider drones of yours better. He maneuvered the robot through the ventilation system, narrowly avoiding detection from any of the night guards that were walking around and surveying the area. Eventually, after several minutes of looking for the security system, the spider drone managed to reach the mainframe and plug itself into the system, giving Mikumo full access to it. Really? They're using this old system? What a joke, Mikumo commented. This is going to be way too easy. After going through its internal mainframe, he made sure to shut off all the security cameras, as well as shutting off all of the building's security measures, such as silent alarms or password-locked doors. Okay, good. Now I won't have any issue in regards to sneaking around. He began to make his way to the entrance of the building, carefully avoiding any of the remaining HSPC members patrolling the area, before eventually reaching the database room. Seriously, these guys are meant to be the ones who regulate the actions of heroes. They can barely keep their own security in check. He began to tinker with the database, searching through its contents to find a file made on Dr. Garaki. Specifically the documents pertaining to the Nomu project, as well as files on its most successful test subjects, including Kurogiri, Rokuro Nomura, the former number 6 hero, and Tamura Shigaraki. One of the documents, however, contained a list of the names of children that were reported missing during the time of All Might's golden era of heroism, likely the list of children that were raised at the undocumented nursery that Iguchi had mentioned to Izuku. Perfect. I have the list. All I need to do is take this back to the lab and see if I can create an algorithm to generate an image of what they would look like in adult form. But as he was going to exit the database and leave the building, something caught his eye. It was another document that for whatever reason, was corrupted. Mikumo was intrigued by this, wondering why it was that the Hero Public Safety Division never bothered to restore the document. He began to try and restore it. It took a bit of time to do so, as whatever had caused it to be corrupted in the first place, scrambled the data inside severely. But, through determination, he eventually restored it, finally viewing the documents inside. What is this? Mikumo muttered to himself. Project Rebirth. What kind of a name is that? He began to scroll through the document, seeing what looked to be schematics. Schematics of a device that had been drawn up by Dr. Garaki. It detailed information pertaining to the growth of human cells, and the structuring of the human body, a body that was identical to the original donator, all for the process of transferring the all-for-one quirk into it, and housing the conciseness. Wait a second. This is schematics for a cloning machine. Technology like this should be impossible to make. So how did he even manage to create this sort of thing? He knew that Dr. Garaki was a twisted man for even conceiving the Nomus in the first place, but to try and even attempt something like this was something, he had no words to say. He had to get out of there. He had to warn someone. Anyone. He made sure to get rid of any evidence of his presence inside the building, and began to make his way out of the building, leaping into the sky and web swinging away. The rain pouring above created small marks on his costume, making the material slightly drenched and a bit heavy, while the thunder crackled violently. However, this was the least of his concerns, as he was unaware of the person who was spying on him from a distance. I have eyes on the target, sir. Take the shot, a deep voice said to her. After taking a deep breath, the prowler fired a shot at Mikumo, hitting him in the back and piercing through his stomach and L4 vertebrae. This caused him to fall onto the rooftop of one of the buildings nearby and remain still. He tried to move his legs, but found that could no longer feel them. What the? His screams were blocked out by the pouring rain, as he desperately tried to get up from the ground. But when he tried to do so, his eyes were fixated on the figure towering over him. His face was covered by darkness, while his suit bore a striking resemblance to one he had seen before. He tried to back away, but the figure's towering build overwhelmed his senses. It's good to see you, Mikumo. Or, would you rather me call you grandson? The flashing thunder lit up the Mon's face, revealing his face to be that of Hisashi's face. But the voice that was being heard was not that of his father's, but something completely different. Mikumo's eyes widened in horror. Who are you? What have you done with my father? Oh, my dear boy. This is your father, or at least his body. As for who I am, I'm sure you're aware of who I am by now. You've been searching me, trying desperately to stop me along with that Yagi boy. My brother would have loved you both. All for one said insultingly. Why, you bastard, you hijacked my father's mind and body. I'll kill you, Mikumo said with rage in his voice. All for one grabbed the young man by the collar, meeting him at eye level, while the thunder crackled around them. I'm afraid that won't be an option for you. What? See, I can't have you around to spoil my plans for the world. Especially the one who ruined my plans. You mean Izumi Yagi, right? Well, news flash, you won't get the chance to enact your revenge. Izuku's gonna stop you, I know he will. Oh, I'm sure he'll try. But like the many others who have challenged me, he too will die. Even with that creature in his possession. Mikumo's eyes continued to stare deeply into the villain's crimson-red eyes. The nerve this man had for using his father's body in such a way, he wished he could kill the man here and now. But he never got the chance to even attack, as electricity from the Mont's black lightning quirk began to course through his body, knocking him out in an instant. The villain turned to the prowler. Head back to that building, and delete any traces of Project Rebirth. We don't want the heroes meddling in my affairs. I'm taking this one back to my hideout, and ensuring his absolute loyalty to us. As you wish, my lord. The two split off into opposite directions, while the skies above wept at Mikumo's sudden defeat. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.